And we are live, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Carol. Good morning, everybody. As we have all become accustomed, we are going to open the meeting with a message from our Vice Chair, Allison DeTonk.
Good morning. In light of the continuing state of emergency declared by Governor Northam, where it is impractical or unsafe to assemble a quorum in a single location, I move that we adopt this agenda to take action to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue operation of the Commonwealth Transportation Board.
Second.
Second. Thank you, Mr. Rucker. Carol Mathis, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Ms. DeTonk. Here. Mr. Dodson.
Here.
Ms. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlitz.
Yes.
Mr. Malvin.
Yes.
Mr. Merrill.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Rucker.
Yay.
Dr. Smoot.
Yay.
Mr. Stinson.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Yates.
Yes.
The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
I'm just talking to myself. I think we have a full house, Carol, which is great. I started our last meeting off with letting you know that my oldest turned 28 on January 19th, and today my youngest is turning 22. So we happen to meet on very famous Valentine birthdays, and a belated happy birthday to everyone. Before we start this morning, I did hear a few of you discuss the weather, and the commissioner is going to give an update later this morning. There's a 10 o'clock weather call. Mr. Rucker, you're right, there's more weather on the way. I just really want this board and those listening to know that this team has worked diligently, nearly 24/7 for more than 3 weeks, 3 weekends in a row, just dealing with a tremendous amount of weather this past week with ice, down trees, power lines, crews across the Commonwealth. Yesterday, well, I guess it was Monday morning, we started the day with 232 roads closed. But just such gratitude to everybody who's working. I recognize the commitment that all these men and women have across transportation and in collaboration with state police and VTrans. So we'll get an update later today. And with that, we're going to start off with Jeremy Latimer.
Good morning, Madam Secretary. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning to you.
Very good. So I am back to present something that was presented in December, Tucker Timber products in Keysville, Virginia. So we're back to respond to some of the comments and questions we had from the board. And also we have a short video at the end of the presentation. You can go to the next slide. So just as a reminder, Tucker Timber in Keysville, Southside, Virginia. Next slide. There you can see Keysville and you can see Tucker Timber within the town limits, located on the Buckingham Branch Railroad. And you'll see we drew in there the proposed new spur. It's not constructed yet. Next slide. So to give you a background again about Tucker Timber, their primary customer in Virginia had reduced demand, and that all those deliveries had been by truck. They also had another customer up in Pennsylvania, and so they wanted to expand their customer base, and so Buckingham Branch agreed to pilot using rail. However, they've had to use the main line because there is no rail spur at the site. So rail is vital to diversifying their customer base. Their existing customer in Pennsylvania, previously served by truck, is now served by rail. And they were able to obtain a new customer in Missouri, specifically because rail rates are more competitive over those different distances. So rail is part of the permanent solution for Tucker going forward. The mainline loading situation is neither sustainable for Buckingham Branch or for Tucker Timber. However, I do want to point out that it demonstrates the benefit that short lines give to our rural areas when they're willing to work with businesses and pilot these kinds of things. It's a unique niche that they can fill, because you wouldn't see this kind of pilot project on a main line necessarily on a larger Class 1 railroad. So without this grant, they would not continue to use rail. Next slide. So the Virginia Southern Division, this is the Buckingham Branch operated Virginia Southern Division, connects with Norfolk Southern in Burkeville, Virginia. And there you can see Keysville just down the line, and then Tucker Timber within the town limits of Keysville, currently loading on the main line. Next slide. So the rail industrial access scoring criteria is heavily weighted on annual carloads, because the program is about mode shift. So they committed to 201 new rail cars annually, and they received 11 points for that. With just 2 additional jobs, they get 8 points. However, I'll talk more about the 40 current jobs that would be supported by this investment. Previously, this program had a capital investment threshold. In 2019, when we revisited the program's policies and wanted to adopt policies that, per the legislation, encourage the widespread use of the funds, we eliminated the threshold and allowed them, it requires now a 30% match. So that opens up the program to some smaller companies. Previously, we were seeing larger companies with major warehouse investments, for example, with their capital investment qualifying. But because the capital investment is exclusively the rail, they did not get points. So $603,000 is the cost of the rail project. The jurisdictional unemployment rate was 7.1%, slightly higher than the state rate at the time of application. And then we do encourage coordination with the Virginia Economic Development Partnership when we have these types of projects. Often VEDP will bring us in, but sometimes we're the first point of contact, and so we encourage them to go to VEDP. So that coordination, which does look at incentives for job-related benefits, that falls under VEDP, but we do give them 10 points for that coordination. And then locating on a short line railroad, which supports the Commonwealth's investments in the short line network through the Rail Preservation Fund, also gets 10 points. And then the local applicant match, which 30% is required. You can go to the next slide. So they did get 53 points. So the economic benefit. So with 2 new jobs, they are also supporting 40 jobs currently at Tucker Timber. And so the access to greater markets and securing customers through the Rail Industrial Access Fund is really important to maintain those jobs and grow those additional jobs. And I just wanted to point out again that this builds on the partnership between DRPT and the Buckingham Branch to save the Virginia Southern Division. And so Tucker Timber is the second new customer for Buckingham Branch on this line in recent months. If you recall, late last year, 2020, there was an award to Eastern Engineered Wood Products, also to be locating a new facility on the Buckingham Branch, Virginia Southern Division. Next slide. One of the requests we had at the last meeting in December on Tucker Timber asked about the public benefits, the greater economic impacts, and we were also specifically asked to look at the benefit cost analysis through our Rail Enhancement Fund. Now, that Rail Enhancement Fund is a program that no longer exists because of the recent changes that created the Commonwealth Rail Fund and the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority and a lot of changes in rail funding. However, we had a benefit cost model with that program that we used on large infrastructure projects with CSX, Norfolk Southern, and the Port of Virginia. So we took that model on Tucker Timber, and over the 3-year performance period that they would have to commit to, it amounted to $2.86 million in public benefits. And the categories that we evaluate through that benefit cost model, which is based on national standards for benefit cost analyses, was the accident reduction through the mode shift, so less damage and less injuries associated with rail. Shipping cost reductions, which allow our companies to have a competitive advantage with the adequately balanced network of transportation when they can utilize the rail network where they have competitive advantage. And then there's also a savings in pavement maintenance that's avoided by using the privately owned rail network. There's the EPA maintains monetized values for avoiding certain pollutants going into the air. And then there's also the time savings, congestion relief savings, which is part of the model as well. Go to the next slide. So as a reminder, this application was for $422,000. The total of the rail spur is estimated to be $603,000, which requires a 30% match of $181,000 from the applicant. And then any cost overruns would be the responsibility of that applicant. And so we will shift now to the video, and then I believe Mr. Dotson will have a few comments before we take questions.
Hi, I'm Brian Freeman. I am with Buckingham Branch Railroad, and I'm here with Seth Tucker. He's the owner of Tucker Timber Products in Keysville, Virginia. And we are going to be talking about his business and specifically how rail has benefited his business. So to start off, Seth, could you tell us a little bit about your business and the history?
We've been in business for 34 years. My father started it in November of '86. We've been a railroad tie producer for all of the 34 years. Hopefully continue to do so with the use of rail as our shipping method.
Can you describe how Buckingham Branch has helped you get started with rail shipping?
They open doors to better markets. The local market has dwindled down, cut prices to the point that we would not be successful and potentially have to shut the doors without the markets that the rail is offering access to.
And so Seth, about how many truckloads were you shipping to Pennsylvania before you had the rail capability?
About 10 to 15 a week.
So how has rail reduced your need for trucking?
It's pretty much cut it off completely on the railroad tie end, what we're loading in the cars.
And has it helped you grow and retain your employment here in Keysville?
Without it, I don't see how we could continue, really.
So approximately how much have you invested already in your rail loading capability?
In the cleanup work that I did to prepare for the actual excavating for the track, for the side rail, we've already spent upwards of $90,000.
My name is Jim Vanderzee. I'm the Industrial Development Manager for the Buckingham Branch Railroad. The Buckingham Branch Railroad is a family-owned short line company in Virginia. We have 4 non-contiguous divisions in Virginia, and today I'm standing at Tucker Timber, which is adjacent to our Virginia Southern Division. The Virginia Southern Division starts in Burkeville and connects with Norfolk Southern, which gives us rail access to all of North America through that point, and it continues on south through Keysville, another 35 miles, and terminates in Clarksville, Virginia. Currently, we don't have any active rail business south of Keysville, and we've been working with Tucker Timber for several years to develop rail business for their outbound cross-tie shipments. We've been able to allow them to start and test the rail shipment process by loading on our main line, as you can see behind me. But when we do that, when we place cars for Tucker Timber to unload here, we don't have any access to any of the sites or business south of here. Right now that's fine, but as soon as we develop business south of here, we're not going to be able to allow Tucker Timber to load at this point. So we need them to build a sidetrack. Where I'm standing now is about where the new sidetrack would go. So that would allow us to place the cars off of the main line while Tucker Timber is loading and open up access to the 35 miles south of the line that we have. So we're asking for your help with developing a sidetrack for Tucker Timber in Keysville, Virginia.
And I am with Blake Tucker. He's one of the owners of Tucker Timber Products in Keysville, Virginia. And we're going to talk about his business and specifically how rail has helped his business. And so Blake, can you describe for us how the Buckingham branch has given Tucker Timber the ability to ship by rail using our main line?
Well, it's given us the opportunity to call on customers much further away from our location than we ever have before. Previously, shipping everything by truck just wasn't economical and prevented us from accessing those markets. We service customers into the Southwest and into the Midwest area that trucking freight just prohibits. Without that access, our business would continue to shrink as it had previously over the last 10 years or so. Following the recession in 2009, our business shrank by approximately 15%. We were operating 3 sawmills, cutting cross ties 100% of the time, basically. Over the past decade, those numbers have fallen off. We're now operating 2 sawmills, and we were on the brink of reducing production further to a single line, which would have further cut our employment from 42 men down to approximately 20. So Buckingham Branch has given us the opportunity to keep an additional 22 guys employed. It's given us access to markets that we didn't previously have, and it's actually given us the opportunity to grow our business in a way that we've not seen since the early 90s. Without that access, I'm not sure that we really have a path forward to keep all of the folks at Tucker Timber Products on staff.
Well, Blake, thanks for sharing those details. We appreciate your business, and we hope you get the support you need to grow your business in the future.
Thanks.
Mr. Dodson.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate y'all allowing us to have part of the agenda first thing this morning. We were in December and some questions about the application, and I thought it'd be great to have a video, particularly with a drone, in relation to explaining the application. I spent some time there several months ago. These are good, hardworking people. Actually, Seth Tucker got the business from his father, who's kind of a local-based guy. But you see, Seth's kind of expanded it. A couple things that they did not say in the video is a couple things that not part of the application. But being a business person, anybody can understand the benefit. One of the loaders, you have 2 loaders that takes the cross ties to the rail car. One loader will be eliminated by this enhanced application. That one loader is $225,000, which is a lot of money for a 40-person operation. The other thing that's interesting is each rail car has around $24,000 worth of cross ties in each rail car. So in rail cars. So what I'm saying, you figure that 4 times that's almost $100,000 in product that's leaving Virginia and offers creating jobs. The other thing, what happens, you notice that the application is around $422,000, store price is $603. So $181,000 is expected from Tucker Timber, and they already spent $90,000. So they already spent half of the project. And the one last thing is that from Keysville, where they are located, and it made a compelling argument whereby the rail line is basically shut down for right now for Tucker Timber because of the loading issue. But from Keysville down to Clarksville is 35 miles of rail. So I'm not a rail car guy. I'm not a railway person, but I know 35 miles of unused rail is not good, and hopefully they're going to be getting customers in the future, and that would eliminate the access for Tucker Timber. So I thank you for listening to me. It's a good project. As you've seen, the Tuckers are hardworking people, and it's not so much creating a few jobs; it's saving like half the employment of the firm. So it's a good deal. I know we vote on it later, and I know there's issues on our board in relation to the program itself, and I can see that. But we're talking about this application. So if we want to change the program, I don't know that much about the program. I'm not in charge of the program as far as VDOT or for a rail employee. But what I'm saying is that if we don't talk about changes in the rail program we have here now, fine. But for this application is a winner, I think it knocks the ball out of the park. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Dodson. And I thank you and Mr. Latimer for putting this project in perspective. Any comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary, Scott Cancel.
You know what? Was it you, Mr. Brown, who spoke up first?
Yes, it was. And
Hey, good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning. I also wanted to thank Mr. Dodson and the team for for that video. Actually, as we're evaluating some of these projects, and I've been across a lot of the state, it's very helpful to get a perspective of kind of how a project and funding will actually impact a business and a corridor, and exactly where the dollars will be used. So thank you for that innovation and creativity, and I would suggest recommend that we do that more often. It would be very helpful.
Couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Brown. You feel like you're on the ground with them. So, Mr. Kaskowitz.
Yes, Madam Secretary, I just wanted to, I guess, comment that of the projects we've looked at in the past, this one is a clear winner. It appears that we're replacing 100% of outbound trucking with 100% rail. And it certainly provides many great benefits, but the expansion of a Virginia vendor's market to other states, as far as apparently Missouri, I think is a real testimonial to how this program can benefit Virginia business. So well done in every regard. I would certainly support it.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Smoot.
Good morning.
Good morning.
After the earlier discussion of this and questions that were raised, I called Steve Powell, who's the president of Buckingham Branch Railroad, because I was curious about this 35 miles of unused track that this would free up. And I wanted to know particularly, were there any substantive conversations going on with regard to additional customers down the line toward Clarksville? And Mr. Powell indicated that there are, and that he believes that it's likely that some additional shipping by rail will result from freeing up the line. So it seems to me that this is indeed a good project, and I'm comfortable with it.
Thank you, Mr. Smoot. That was a very good phone call. So thank you. Anybody else?
Madam Secretary, Shep Miller, can you hear me?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, how you doing?
I am well, thank
Great,
you.
Great, thank you. I thought it was a great presentation as well, and I agree with Carlos. Seeing some video just sort of brings everything into focus. I've got a couple questions. Mr. Kasperitz threw me off by his comment saying it looks like we're going from 100% truck to 100% rail. I didn't see that anywhere in the presentation. Is that accurate? Are they not going to truck anything anymore?
That would be outbound, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know they have a customer perhaps in Missouri, and they converted one customer in Pennsylvania, but I don't think that's 100%. I'm just curious about that. Is that accurate, Jeremy? Or
Currently, all the new, the Pennsylvania, the Missouri, and any others that they would be able to develop would be by rail. But if there was a local customer where they could use truck, they would.
I mean, they
for real-time business.
They said if they couldn't do it, they would cut down to half. So obviously, they wouldn't be using rail for that half. So I just didn't understand the 100% comment. But I'm not sure that that's important to me. Regardless, it's really the margins that I'm interested in. Can you go to slide 8?
We can get the PowerPoint back up.
Yeah, that one. That was the top two are curious to me, Jeremy, and I'm not sure that it's again that it's the be all and end all, but is this model suggesting that by investing in this rail project, that the public benefit of $1.6 million from crashes or accidents would be avoided? So does that mean if we don't do it, there's going to be $1.6 million worth of accidents? Is that what that's suggesting? Or can you help me with that?
Yes, it's costs avoided. So, and I can get more specific, like we actually have with each category, kind of like written out criteria, because these things are pretty standard that the modelers build these models. But it goes on the accident rates of the different modes and historical costs associated, and so it it comes up with a savings by switching from one mode to the other. And so I can get you like more detailed explanations on where those national databases pull the data.
Help me understand, if you can. I think the applications and what's suggested is if they don't get this rail, okay, and they can't access these markets or access them efficiently, then they're gonna cut the size of their operation because that demand is not available to them. And so if they don't get the rail, then those trucks, there are no trucks on the roads for those customers. If they get the rail, then they can access those customers. So I'm not understanding in that scenario what you're avoiding. If I don't ship to them to Missouri by truck, right? And I never will because it's not efficient. And then I ship by rail, what have I avoided?
So the model is not going to be something that's tailored specifically for this project. I'll say that it's from a different program, but I would say there's a split here. So they do have a customer in Pennsylvania where we are going to see a mode shift, and we are going to see a direct benefit of not shipping by truck. And then you also have customers that wouldn't exist if it weren't for rail, and that's where I think you're calling into question if are we actually avoiding something. And so the model is going to measure the benefits of rail versus truck in general, but it's not necessarily going to measure Tucker timber specifically, if that helps.
I think that's my point.
Okay.
The shipping cost reduction mode shift, just a couple more sentences on that. What is the public benefit there?
The public benefit there is that when there are lower shipping costs, there are benefits to the businesses in Virginia to be able to compete, expand their customer base. And so that is measuring how access to rail is going to lower shipping costs for businesses and amount to increased business activity.
So are we saying that in the model it suggests that their shipping costs will go down $1.2 million? Is that what that's suggesting?
These are public benefits, so I think it's measured on greater economic impact.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question, because it's a lot of impact in 3 years to the public. It's $400,000 a year in public benefit associated with a change in shipping, and I'm not sure I understand that either, but I won't belabor that. Can you go back to just the previous slide, I think it is?
Slide 7.
Yes, sir. No, that's not it. I guess it's just the 201 cars they're committing to gives them 18 points or something. It's the point slide.
So the one slide back.
Is that first line, Jeremy, 11 points it gave them? Is that first line pro rata? So in other words, if it was 100 cars, would it be half of 11, or is it scalable in some way? If I drop 50 cars, what happens to the score?
The score would go down.
I understand that.
Okay, sorry.
I'm trying to understand how much it goes down. Is it pro rata, or it's probably not pro rata?
Yeah, I believe it would go down to 8 points, but I'd have to check to be sure.
All right, you've answered my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, and it may be helpful, perhaps in a personal phone call, Jeremy, to go over some of the scoring and the modeling with Mr. Miller. I think what's really important when we're talking about benefits, it's an independent source. Virginia's not doing this alone. We're actually looking at the benefits that moving freight by rail, what it could bring to the citizens. So I think perhaps having that conversation might be helpful. Anybody else?
Madam Secretary, this is Mark Merrill. I'd be interested in that information on the accident reduction. I was curious about, I had the same question Mr. Miller did about the calculation of the accident reduction. And I was curious, do you have an estimate of what the impact would be if the company did go from 40 employees to 20 what the negative economic impact would be if there was a reduction in the workforce? I'm assuming at least $1 million at $50,000 a
Yeah,
person.
I agree. I think that's important, Mark, because that's exactly what, at the end of the day, what they're looking at.
Jeremy, do you have those figures?
I don't know if we do, but we can work to get those.
Yes, but to me, it's more than just the salary as well. It's the impact, in the community, and in particular, it's the size of a community like Keysville. So it's more than just the salary.
May I pile on one thing too? I think we should give them, there is some public benefit that's not in this for keeping the southern corridor, I'm not using the right term, but that branch open and available. And to Ray's point and Bert's point, to have the opportunity to have more industry along the rail line, I do think that's important.
And and I think, Jeremy, as we look at this, we invest a lot in recruiting companies. And sometimes with modest investments, we're able to keep companies in employment. So I think also putting this in some perspective. Okay, with that, we're going to stay in the vein. And Jeremy, unless you had anything else?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I have a quick question. Going forward, will these programs fall under the review of the Rail Authority, or will they stay with us?
With DRPT.
DRPT. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, with that was a very good question. We are going to stay with rail, and we have Jen DeBruhl, Chief of Public Transportation.
Good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. I have a brief presentation for you this morning on the Coronavirus Relief, Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, or what is known as CRISA, for the transit programs. Next slide, please. So CRISA was signed into law back in December. It did include $14 billion in relief for transit agencies around the country. It has some similarities with the CARES Act, but there are a few notable differences that I want to walk you through today. But as you can see from the slide on the screen, the majority of that $14 billion was dedicated to urban transit agencies, which have seen rather significant impacts from the coronavirus. Next slide. So we'll start with the urban transit agencies. One key difference between this act and the CARES Act that was passed earlier in 2020 is there was language that limited the amount of relief funding an agency or a region has received based on a proportion of relief funding compared to their fiscal year 18 operating expenses. And for the urban agencies, that was calculated on the basis of their urbanized area. And if they had already received an amount equal to or exceeding 75% of those operating expenses from fiscal year 18, they were not eligible to receive additional relief funding under CRISA. So here in Virginia, we had 4 urbanized areas that received funding. Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, that region received $830 million. I'll dive into that in a little more detail on the next slide. Hampton Roads received a little more than $10 million, with that funding being split between Hampton Roads Transit and Suffolk Transit. Richmond received a little less than $3.7 million. That is typically split between GRTC and the city of Petersburg. And then Blacksburg received $136,000. That was split between Blacksburg Transit and the city of Bradford. So all of the remaining urbanized areas in Virginia received funding that exceeded that 75% threshold under the CARES Act, and so they received no additional funding under CRISA. We are working very closely with those other transit agencies. We're monitoring how they are doing with their budgets as they work through their fiscal year 22 budgets, and we're keeping in close contact with those folks as this funding situation continues to develop. Next slide, please. So let's focus for a minute on Northern Virginia and specifically on WMATA. As you saw in the previous slide, there was $830 million that was allocated to that urbanized area. They have existing arrangements, or what we call split letters, to allocate that urbanized area funding to a number of agencies in the region. We see $112 million of that gets allocated to Virginia Railway Express, to PRTC, and to the Maryland Transit Administration, and another $108 million that is allocated to local bus operators across the region, including local bus operators in Virginia. That leaves about $610 million for WMATA. That is certainly helping to offset the projected deficit that they had for fiscal year 21, and will help alleviate some of their projected deficit into fiscal year 22. That does delay what had been proposed as very significant service cuts and employee layoffs. With that being said, they still have about a $210 million budget gap that remains in fiscal year 22, and will require some additional funding, or consideration of service cuts and layoffs, again, would be required in early 2022. Just as a side note, and since we came to you just a few months ago with a recap of the WMATA budget process, there is that 3% cap on their operating budget. I will note that their draft fiscal year 22 budget does leave their local subsidies flat in fiscal year 22, recognizing the significant burden that's on local government as well. Next slide. So I'm going to transition and talk about rural transit. The rural program also included a provision that limited the relief funding, much like the urban. But for the rural agencies, that threshold was if they had received an amount equal to or exceeding 125% of their fiscal year 18 operating expenses, they were not eligible. That was calculated on a statewide basis. And the Commonwealth received $51 million in CARES Act funding. That was more than double our statewide rural transit expenditures in fiscal year 18. So we did not receive any additional funding for rural transit. We have been very careful and very diligent in how we've allocated the CARES Act funding, and the board has approved those allocations over, I think, 3 separate actions. But that funding has supported rural transit agencies by helping with their operating expenses and also funding all of their fiscal year 21 capital requests at 100% federal share. We are not unique in not receiving any additional rural funding under CRISA. Only 22 states received rural transit allocations under this second relief bill. And the majority of that went to 2 states with rather large rural ferry programs, Washington State and in Alaska. The RPT is, as we are with the urban agencies, we're working closely with our rural transit partners as they prepare their fiscal year 22 budgets, and just looking to identify any potential issues involved with this relief funding. Next slide, please. So one key difference between this bill and the CARES Act that was passed earlier in 2020 is that this bill does include funding for our human service transportation programs, those that are focused on the mobility of seniors and individuals living with disabilities. Those agencies receive no relief funding under the CARES Act. So this allocation of funding for those human service agencies is really significant because those agencies have continued to provide service throughout the pandemic and are providing critical access now to vaccinations for our most sensitive communities. So we are receiving apportionments under CRISA for our human service agencies. They are sub-allocated into different categories by urbanized area. So you'll see the amounts there on the screen for Richmond, Roanoke, and Hampton roads. We also receive an allocation for our smaller urban areas and then the rural programs around the state. The apportionments for Northern Virginia are allocated as part of a larger regional program that's managed by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. So that's why you don't see Northern Virginia specifically called out on the slide. We did provide information on the availability of this funding to our funding recipients in January. Our annual application process for funding was still open at that time. We conducted a webinar with them, and we asked them to identify any requests specific to this funding or any needs where they may not have a local match to support those needs as part of their application process. So we are currently evaluating those applications, and we do anticipate bringing a recommendation back to you in March to put these CRISA relief funds to work for these agencies that are providing such a vital service around the Commonwealth right now. And again, I mentioned already, but the funding can be utilized at 100% federal share, which is significant for these smaller agencies and nonprofits. Next slide. Actually, that wraps it up. So we'll be back in March with those recommendations to allocate the human service CRISA funding. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jen. I will just add that, you know, this package, which we were all somewhat holding our breath at the end of December, was a lifeline in many respects, incredibly important as we're looking ahead at, you know, the Biden administration's $1.9 trillion package. But this really was critical funding for WMATA transit agencies and stabilizing the system, even if it's short term. So Jen, thank you for that. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you. We're going to hear a little bit more about the COVID funding, COVID relief funding in the session today. I believe that Mr. Pittard is up. We're sticking with rail.
Yes, Madam Secretary, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members of the board, today I want to give you all an overview of the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority budget for fiscal year 22 that is required for your approval, at least the capital side, and also you have the ability to review the operating budget. And anyway, I'm holding up the document. It's about 55 pages, if I'm remembering correctly, and y'all should have gotten this. If not, it's on our website, and we will make sure that you get sent a copy also. And before I start, I just would like, if I may, to thank the finance team, the rail team here. There was a lot of work doing this budget in addition to everybody's normal job, and also like to thank the Passenger Rail Authority Finance and Audit Committee for their work on the budget, and then also the board itself of the Passenger Rail Authority. So with that, I'd like to get going. If we could move to the next slide. So this is just background information, and y'all may recall in December I did brief you on the intended format of the budget, and I believe this information was included there. But essentially, this is the code section from the Passenger Rail Authority that governs the budget and requires the Passenger Rail Authority by February 1st to submit its annual budget, both operating and capital, for your review. And then, as I said, the capital side of that budget, you have until May 30th of each year to approve that budget. And obviously, the Rail Authority Board and us functioning as staff are looking for y'all's input. And between now and that May 30th date, we would be looking to possibly make any changes that may be necessary to this budget. Next slide, please. So, and once again, this is the same information you saw back in December. The basic assumptions regarding the operating budget. It's a 1-year budget. We've also included an estimate for fiscal year 21. Obviously, the rail authority started effective July 1st, but it was resulting from the General Assembly session last year. So there wasn't time when that bill was signed in April. There was not time to get a process established and do a budget for FY21. But I do think it important to let you know we have included a budget and been working with a budget in performing the work for the rail authority. It's based on anticipated expenditures. It's accrual basis. That's the way that the audit of the rail authority will be performed, is on an accrual basis. And clearly it's a zero-based budget since the activity started just effective July 1st. And then I guess one important point before I move on is there's two real elements to the operating side of the budget for the rail authority. There's, you know, what maybe you traditionally think of as administrative cost. You know, a lot of that's payroll, IT cost, building rent, etc. And then on top of that, the main purpose of the rail authority is to promote and foster passenger rail service. And so the second piece of that operational cost is the Amtrak operations, the intercity passenger trains that currently we're running. When this rail authority started, there were 6 trains in operation. And then as we move forward, hopefully there will be a lot more trains in operation. Next slide, please. On the capital budget side, the basic assumptions, it's a 1-year capital budget again, but we did include a forecast, as we do with DRPT and the 6-year improvement plan. So we did include a forecast for that 1 year plus 5 additional years. So a total of 6 years. And as the case with the operating budget, we did go ahead and produce an estimate for fiscal year 21, the year we're currently in. And on this side, it's based on cash flows, which approximate accrual-based expenditures. There were about 30 existing projects from the old IPROC, Intercity Passenger Rail and Operating Capital Fund, and Rail Enhancement Fund that no longer exist. And those funds were rolled into Passenger Rail Authority. There were about 30 old projects that the Passenger Rail Authority will now manage that are included in this budget. And I guess there are 2 sections we decided with the Rail Authority. One was a capital grant section where primarily we're providing funding to an outside party to accomplish the goals and objectives that the board is seeking. And the second is capital projects section where the Passenger Rail Authority is really the primary entity managing those projects and the outcomes of those. And one last point here is we did, you know, a lot of the length of the budget document, we did include a 1-page narrative on each project, both on the operating section and the capital section. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Pittard.
Yes.
This is Mark Merrill. I'm sorry, my slides are not moving forward. Is anyone else having that problem? Mine is stuck on.
Same thing here. Don't have the slides.
Nor mine.
It's just stuck on Code of Virginia.
Oh my gosh. Well, I apologize. I would have interrupted, but mine are moving.
Yeah, but I'm frozen too.
Mine or not.
Huh.
Mine aren't moving.
Yeah, I had a note that to turn off my background because my CPU usage was high.
All right,
I don't know that.
Carol, could you speak to Michael?
My screen's fine.
Now it's showing. Now the assumptions are showing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just came up on mine. This is Greg.
Likewise.
Likewise.
So would y'all like me to repeat any of that for those slides or move
Should we
ahead
vote?
from where I was?
I really think it's okay because you were reading basically what was on the slide.
Correct.
Yeah,
So
and
there was
Madam
nothing
Secretary,
different from what was said.
yes, and Madam Secretary, those first 3 slides really is what we had back in December when I presented.
Yes. So I think you can
Yeah.
proceed.
Thank you. So next slide then. So now the actual budget itself. So on the operations side, and this is really a year-over-year comparison of both the operating capital projects, capital grants. And what you'll see on the operations side, you'll see a large increase that we're projecting from 21 to 22. And what that reflects is with the pandemic, we had a significant impact to our ridership. In fact, the first couple of months, it was down, almost 90% plus. We've seen a steady increase since those first several months of the pandemic, but we're still at, I think, around 35%. And if Mike or Jennifer's on board, if they got a different number, they can jump in. But anyway, the projections are that it's going to take a little bit of time to get back to our prior ridership numbers. And so when you see that large increase for FY22, what's driving that is that we expect to have a larger subsidy for the 6 trains we're currently operating. I will add here that, and this is one of the changes I spoke about between the draft you have today and what we will end with. We have received word from Amtrak that with the latest stimulus bill, that we will be receiving $12.6 million to help offset that loss in ridership. So the one thing we don't know yet is the timing of receipt of those funds, whether it'll be a FY21 impact or an FY22 impact. But needless to say, when you look at those 2 numbers combined, there is some relief coming our way. And I'll also add that myself and the rail team, we took the most conservative approach here because of the unknown with the pandemic, and as we've seen in the last couple months, we had another spike. So we took the most conservative approach when you look at that FY22 number. The other point I think to mention here is when you see the capital grants and capital projects, you see that they're increasing from FY21 to FY22, and that's sort of a natural progression as the underlying projects move towards more of a construction phase. On the capital project side, you've got the Transforming Rail in Virginia initiative. I know y'all been briefed on that before. And on the capital grant side, similar item there. A lot of the VPRA projects that were funded with smart scale funds and our prior rail funds are moving towards moving out of the engineering phase and moving towards construction phase. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the 6-year capital forecast for both the capital projects, capital grants. As I just mentioned, the capital grants is primarily the Transforming Rail in Virginia initiative, the I-95 corridor effort that we've been working on for, 2 years now. And I just want to make sure that before we leave this slide, we're looking at just through fiscal year 27. When we've talked about that initiative before, we have talked about it for its entire life cycle, which we project to be done in fiscal year 30. So if you're trying to compare this total to the total for that initiative, there's another 3 years of expenditure to occur to get to the end of that project. You'll also see in fiscal year 25 a very large increase in the capital projects, and that is when it's anticipated the construction on the Long Ridge, which is the biggest piece of that initiative, will begin. The other point I would make here is when you get to the outer years on the capital grants, the number and volume of capital grants decline, and you see that the dollars fall off at that point. And just to give you an idea of those capital grants, if you haven't had a chance to look into the budget, the majority of them, or at least over half, are grants related to Virginia Railway Express, and they actually, a lot of them have smart scale funding as well as rail funding. Next slide, please. So now I just want to shift a little bit and give you an idea of the funding for the budget. First, the capital projects side I'll go through, and just really trying to give you a breakdown of where the funding's coming from. And once again, overall, remember, this is not the entire snapshot of 10 years for the TRV initiative. It's just through fiscal year 27. So first, the little purple slice, I'll start there and kind of go around the pie. You know, we had about $300 million of rail funds at June 30th from the Pryor programs. Now, a lot of those funds were allocated to projects, as I've mentioned, the VRE grants. There are some other projects that DRPT will continue to manage that those funds were allocated to, with the Port Authority in particular. So of those prior rail funds, there's about $123 million that were allocated to the TRV initiative on the capital projects budget. There's also $704 million of CTB controlled funding, which is primarily priority transportation funds. The Virginia Railway Express, we've worked with them, partnered with them, for them and the NVTA, for them to provide funding for the TRV initiative. During this 6-year window, there's $204 million of funding coming from those entities towards the project. Amtrak, as you've heard, we are just about very soon going to be signing an agreement with Amtrak. They've committed $944 million in total through FY30. In this 7-year snapshot, is $650 million that they will be contributing towards the capital projects. The I-66 inside toll revenues is looking at $929 million to contribute towards this efforts. And there would be a financing that currently we're looking at 2025 timeframe. Once again, with the pandemic, to allow the toll usage to return back to more of a steady state prior to the pandemic. There's $59 million currently of federal funds. We had gotten a fast lane grant, if y'all recall, back in 2017, when the Transforming Rail in Virginia initiative was the Atlanta Gateway project. That's the primary number there. And finally, the last piece of the budget is the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. Their dedicated source of funds is going to contribute around 20% of the project, $727 million for this budget. Next slide, please. So the next chart gives an overview of where the capital grants are funded and how they're funded, the sources of funds. And I'll start with the orange slice. That is, it's other sources. A lot of times people don't like the word other. What this is I've mentioned several times, smart scale funding that has been put on numerous VRE projects. It's additionally some CMAQ and state match funds that are on the same capital grants that existed prior to the Passenger Rail Authority. The dark blue piece of funding is those Pryor rail funds, that $300 million I mentioned earlier. So these projects existed before June 30th. There was $109 million allocated of old rail funds. And then I think the next two pieces, the green and the red, kind of take them together, but it's $118 million of Virginia Passenger Rail Authority funds that are being allocated to fund the remainder of that $401 million. And I think the main point, the reason I want to take these together is the main point I'd like to get to you as a board is there's only $8 million of new allocations from projects that existed prior to July 1. So $110 million of funds was there prior to June 30th. Next slide, please. And this last revenue slide is the revenues for the Passenger Rail Authority, their dedicated funds. That, from the omnibus bill in 2020, a portion of the Transportation Trust Fund, 7.5% dedicated to rail, and of that 7.5%, 93% goes to the Passenger Rail Authority. 7% stays with DRPT to manage the freight rail program. This is that 93%, this top line of this chart. And as you see, from 21 until we get to about FY25, there is a significant increase in the funding where we almost get to about $150 million a year of dedicated funding. The second line here is passenger ticket financing. In the plan to fund the Transforming Rail initiative, we are planning to take the Amtrak ticket revenues and use those to leverage financing. Similar to I-66, we had planned initially in our planning pre-pandemic, we were thinking in FY23 we would do this. Obviously, those plans have changed, and now we're looking at fiscal year 25 to go to market with that financing. From those total revenues, I guess the purpose of this slide is to say what amount, that's the total revenues included from Passenger Rail Authority revenues. Take out the needs, if you recall from 2 slides back, of $727 million for capital projects. And that's what's left of the rail authority's direct funds to fund both capital grants and operations. And if you recall from the slide prior, the capital grants portion was $118 million, the red slice and the green slice, which therefore, if you do the math, it leaves a little over $250 million for this 7-year window to fund operational cost. And if you recall, we were looking at about a $22 million operating budget in fiscal year 21. And then fiscal year 22, there was the large increase. As I said, very conservative projection. So if we get back to closer to our $20 million a year, the ultimate point I want to drive home here is there's $250 million over this 7-year window to cover around a $20 to $25 million a year operating budget. And next slide, please. And this really just takes you through the next steps. First bullet here is this presentation. Y'all have been given the budget, hopefully had a chance to begin reviewing it. Between now and April, I'd like to get feedback, both myself, Director Mitchell, members of the Passenger Rail Authority Board, look to get your feedback and incorporate your suggestions. And then what we would do is we'd come back for the May CTB meeting and look for your approval of that capital budget. And I believe that's my last slide, and I'll be glad to entertain any questions that any of you may have.
Director Mitchell, I'll just start with you. Is there anything you'd like to add?
No, not necessarily. I think Steve did a very good job of summing up the budget. And as we move forward, we'll continue to update this, obviously, with new revenue forecast and information as it becomes available. There are a lot of moving parts still that we're working through, particularly some of the agreements and projects that we are advancing right now. But this is our first inaugural budget, as Steve has described, and we definitely look forward to any input that you all might have before it's any action is brought before the board. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Pittard, for the presentation as well. I know how much work this does take, so I thank you for recognizing the whole team and the VPRA. Any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Smoot, I'll start with you.
Thank you. Something that I believe may need some additional attention or at least clarification has to do with the construction, renovation, and maintenance of passenger stations. I did not see support in this budget other than perhaps a nominal, like $1 million a year or something, that could be utilized for that purpose. And I know that back, 4 years or so ago, that the CTB gave some attention to this and came up with either policy or at least a practice with regard to how maintenance and construction renovation of stations would be addressed. I must admit I am very vague on what that was, but we have a number of stations that are not in particularly good repair. I know that we provided some support at Ettrick for that station maintenance work in the past year, but I would just like to understand better what is in this budget that would help to address that. And last, I would say that it is my understanding that the Virginia Railway Express helps with the maintenance or renovation or improvement of stations along its route, which are some of our stations. Virginia Railway Express gets some money from the Commonwealth. So arguably there is some state money going into the maintenance or improvements to stations, some stations, but not all stations. So any thing that can be done between now and when we consider this for a vote to clarify this, I would appreciate.
Director Mitchell, this may take longer. I happen to have been on the rail subcommittee when we developed this station plan, but you just want at a high level, perhaps just address the basic issues with that.
Yeah, we have set aside some funds for, and I'll have to go back and look again at the amounts. It's not a huge amount. We had set aside some additional funding for state of good repair upgrades at stations to be determined sort of as prioritized in the future. And I think, Steve, I don't remember offhand how much it is, but we did do a station assessment, as Dr. Smoot mentioned, a few years ago, that identified where some of the greatest state of good repair needs are. And the Ettrick station was one that we had identified. We are also doing some planning work right now to look at Staples Mill. We've also been working with the city of Charlottesville on the Charlottesville station too. So that is something we certainly recognize that is a need that we want to continue to invest in, and especially as we do continue to expand service. We know there are places such as Charlottesville, such as Staples Mill, where that increased ridership may necessitate the need for platform expansions or for station facility expansions and parking as well.
So Jennifer, I really wonder, perhaps for next month, we could give an update on the station policy that we have, as well as investments.
Yeah, and we do also, through the payments that we make to Amtrak annually for our state-supported service, it does include a proportional share that goes towards updates that Amtrak makes at stations too. So, but yes, absolutely, we can bring back some additional information on that.
So, and great. And I have, we're keeping a list of presentations that we're bringing back to the board. So Carol, make sure you put that one on there, okay?
Thank you.
All right, anybody else?
Madam Secretary,
Mr. Merrill. Mr. Merrill?
yes, thank you. Two observations. I think it's slide 5 that were being requested. Is that the specific request, the VPRA fiscal 22 budget, the 343 going to 450? And then I apologize for my ignorance here. That seems like such a disproportionate budget for capital versus operations. I've never seen a budget that has, 75% being capital costs. But maybe I just don't understand the way the revenue system works.
Mr. Pittard?
Yes, I think the best way to explain that is the Transforming Rail in Virginia initiative. It's almost a $3.8 billion capital expenditure plan over the next 10 years. And that, coupled with the capital grants that I spoke of with Virginia Railway Express, essentially they were capital grants that existed from the prior rail programs. And that's what you're seeing there. So you're seeing a buildup of capital grants from years of the rail programs, and then on top of that, that large initiative that over the next 10 years, we're looking to double the actual amount of passenger service. And that's just on the intercity side. Also, we would expand the Virginia Railway Express service also. So I think, long story short there, you will see during that 10-year time frame increased service. And then at the conclusion of it, the operating piece of this budget would be a significantly larger share of that annual revenue of the Passenger Rail Authority.
Thank you.
Yes, but Mr. Merrill, that was a very good observation. We've been working, on for this past year on that, the $3.7 billion partnership with CSX, Amtrak, VRE, and we're working very hard to put that together. Anybody else?
Madam Secretary, this is Allison. Steve, thank
Allison, for some reason, I am not recognizing your voice as easily. It used to be I didn't turn my head to the left, and then so I apologize.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you, and Steve, thank you to you and your team for putting this together. This is, I think, a great start, and it's a very exciting time. So I'm excited to see all of these projects. And to Mr. Smoot's point earlier, I look forward to revisiting the policy on renovations, construction, and maintenance. So looking forward to hearing about that next month. But specifically, what concerns me about what's being proposed, and Jennifer Mitchell touched on it, is really the lack of any sort of dedicated funding for the Charlottesville station. We know how critical that station is in terms of, serving as a complete midpoint between what's coming up from the Southwest to Northern Virginia. We also know that station is one of the busiest stations in the state. And further, we know that it's completely inadequate to serve the current needs, much less any of the future needs. So it's very difficult for me to look at this budget and feel like we're ready to move forward with it without specific a line item in there addressing what we're going to do with the Charlottesville station. I think maybe next month I'll come back with a drone video of the Charlottesville station to perhaps drive my point home a little bit clearer. But if the idea is that we're going to be dedicating dollars out of the state of good repair line item in this budget, I think that's completely unrealistic. But even separate from that, I think the line item for the state of good repair, which I think is budgeted at, I think 1.5 million a year, is inadequate in and of itself. Given the magnitude of the projects we're looking at here, I think I just think it's an unrealistically low number to be able to maintain these assets going forward. So I would request that we take a closer look at that as well.
And I'm happy to address that also. Mr. Tung, absolutely. We the state of good repair is really intended to be a and I should qualify this as well, as that there's a lot of different ownership models across the state for the stations. In some case, the state will own some station facilities. In some case, they're owned by Amtrak. In some cases, they're owned by the localities. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. So we do have funds, again, set aside for state of good repair. But for the type of expansion that you were addressing that's needed at the Charlottesville station, that is a that would be way above and beyond that. So what I would suggest, and I'm more than happy to set up a briefing for you separately, so we do have the study that we've been working on, which we just have been getting some initial results in over the past couple of weeks that has some information about potential cost estimates and potential options for expanding the parking and the platforms at the Charlottesville station. So I'd be more than happy to set up a briefing with you, and also to bring some information back to the board about that and the other station needs that we've identified at the next meeting.
Wonderful, thank you.
Madam Secretary, this is Greg.
Hey, Mr. Yates, how are you?
I'm great. How are you? And I'll tell you, I'm leaving the meeting at 1 o'clock to go get my first vaccine. So just want to let you know that's why I'll be leaving the meeting.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
I don't know how you did it. I don't think people under 30, I don't know. I don't know. Haven't had mine yet, just saying.
Okay. Let me just echo Allison's request, and I would, Ms. Mitchell, I would love to be in on that talk about the Charlottesville expansion too, because that's such a critical station and just one I have used also. And also let me echo everyone who's spoken to Mr. Smoot too about the capital expenditures. Even the small stations like Culpeper, I don't know if Ms. Mitchell's aware, the town just purchased an extremely large piece of property adjacent to the station where they have to have a small capital project to have a bridge with elevators up and over to use it. But, they fully expect a major expansion there, and we're looking for a little bit of money there too to help with that bridge. Huge thing. And I just want to make sure there's a little extra money in that budget.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Point made. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not looking for any money. But my question really goes, Steve, I think if I did the numbers right, there's about $150 million of operating surplus over the 7 years projected. You're saying a $20 to $25 million spend, and you had about $250 million. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say about 100 million, but
okay, so
but you're doing the
7
numbers.
years, there's $100 million of surplus. Where would that typically go? And is any of this talk we're having eligible for surplus operating funds?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you've opened the door with a question to me. So my first thought was I got to go back in the basement and get the printing press going again. But to answer your question directly, there is this, you you got the point of my last slide or two there. There is a little bit of flexibility here. And I think y'all are aware we're in the process of trying to bring additional service to the Route 29 corridor and possibly extend the existing and that new service to Christiansburg. And so a lot of that surplus, as we refer to it, is we're looking to utilize it for that effort. But I think maybe the summary point here is there is some flexibility to try to address the concerns of the board members with respect to the stations and look at that station, that line item state of good repair. Maybe we can shore it up. And there is.
Well, I was trying to help my good friend Allison up there in Charlottesville, and I knew you had. I knew you were hiding a little bit of money, so I just thought I'd pull the covers back a bit. Thank you.
Which we really appreciate. I will say this, that, as rail has, trying to create a statewide rail network has certainly been a priority of this administration. And the comments that you all have brought to us previously, I will let you know that we have been working, but not ready to present, some thoughts about station policy and what the various roles could be. I just say that, as we are looking at this budget, and again, it's, the first time that we've actually had this in an open way, to be aware that there are many initiatives, many priorities, and we're taking them all into consideration. So I just say, that. In some ways, we're, as we are putting the capital program together and making these initiatives possible, that has been the major focus. And now we're at the point where how do we make them effective and efficient and the whole system work? So putting this in some perspective. But Mr. Tonk, Mr. Yates, I will say that we have heard you. And so certainly the Charlottesville station, but other stations have been on our radar. All really good points. Anything else for today? And I do invite you all, should you have comments now, to please let Mr. Pittard, General Director Mitchell, myself, the team know, so we can be prepared for the next round and for Jennifer's station presentation next time.
Mr. Conk, if you need a GoPro camera in addition to a drone for your video portrayal, let us know.
I may need an operator.
So great. Okay. I believe Mr. Donohue and Carol Mathis, I believe that there has been a shift in the schedule.
Yes, ma'am.
That is correct.
Okay, and so Mr. Donohue, you are up next because you're going to take care of some legislative issues. And are we doing the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I don't get to see you in person that often.
We spend a lot of time in these small little panels talking about
So true. Okay, turning it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is really a kind of just a preliminary discussion about the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, just to kind of highlight some things that we hope to talk with you guys about in the coming months. And so if you move to the next slide, just as a kind of quick reminder, this program and its funding was really a result of the 81 funding initiative that we had during the 2019 General Assembly session. What also happened then last year is the General Assembly codified a program around how these funds should be used. If you remember, due to the nature in which the governor's amendments were submitted to ensure their germaneness to the 81 bill, it really dealt with getting the funding, but didn't deal with how the money was spent. So the General Assembly last session in the Omnibus Transportation Bill came back in and codified a program kind of outlining how these dollars would be used. The other thing they did in that bill as we've talked about with you all in the past, is instead of this being funded through several discrete revenue sources, as a bunch of our programs were prior to the omnibus bill, it is now simply just 20% of the funds available in the construction formula after the revenue sharing takedown. And so again, it's 30% for state of good repair, 20% for high priority programs and smart scale, 20% for district grant and smart scale, 20% then for the interstates, and the remaining 10% goes to safety. In the code now, the stated goal of this program is to improve the safety, reliability, and flow of travel along interstate kind of highway corridors. And so I just kind of wanted to state that. And that, again, that is in line with a lot of the work that we've done in our corridor studies that we've done to date and other things. So I think that's kind of consistent with what we've talked about. Slide 3 gets into some of the key requirements that the General Assembly, if you can move to the next slide, the General Assembly put into the code for these funds. So similar to Smart Scale, there is kind of a screening process. This one's actually a little bit broader though. And so again, it links it back to our long range plan or VTrans, just a need identified there. But then it also includes something a little bit broader that says also any kind of need identified in an interstate corridor plan approved by the board. These corridor plans sometimes might include operational or other types of improvements that we might not always capture in VTrans, which tends to be a little bit more capital focused on the needs side there. And then in addition to that, it also requires the board to develop a prioritization process for the allocation of these funds. And it states that that priority shall be given to operational improvements and transportation demand management strategies that improve reliability and safety of travel. And then it also kind of makes it clear that they do not want you to use these funds to supplant any existing support that you provide or that the department provides for operational or TDM strategies as of July 1, 2019. So moving on to slide 4, the code also puts in place how these funds would be, how the funds would be distributed. And I just want to make sure you all can see currently, the slide you see says distribution of funding on the top. Okay, just wanted to make sure they were advancing for you all. So more than 50% of the money, though, is actually by code distributed out of the program, and in turn then is not directly subject to those requirements that I just walked you through. So as you remember from the 81 bill, for those of you who were on the board at that time, the funds are kind of distributed based on truck miles traveled on interstate corridors. And so 44% almost of these funds are distributed out of this program and into the Interstate 81 Corridor Improvement Fund, and then are used consistent with the board adopted 81 Improvement Program along with the regional fuels tax to implement that $2.2 billion program of projects that you all approved in 2018. Another 8.4% is distributed back to the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. And again, that is directly related to the amount of truck travel on interstates in Northern Virginia. And then finally, the remaining amount of funds, just under 50%, are what is left in the program and would be allocated by you all using the requirements that I just walked through. There is a provision that a certain amount must be used on 95 and 64, and then remaining amounts can be used on any interstate at the kind of discretion of the board. And so that means it could go to I-295 or it could also go to I-64. Again, that's all kind of at that you all's discretion as you allocate these funds. So the next slide just shows the available amount of funding that is in the program and available for allocation. Again, it kind of shows you what is required to be used on 95, required to be used on 64, and then the discretionary amount that is available for any interstate corridor within the state. Over the 6-year window, this is a little over $500 million, or it's not a little over, it's $560 some million dollars. So it's a very significant amount of money that is available to be programmed for these interstate corridor improvements, again, with a priority given to operations and transportation demand management as required by the code. On the next slide, as you all know, we've been undertaking a planning process for the various interstate corridors. So we kicked this off by doing a corridor plan for I-81. We then did one for 95. We are close on I-64 as well for a corridor plan. And for each of those, we've identified the top problem areas, looked at operational improvements that would of benefit and then develop potential solutions to try and address those top problem areas. What's also been happening in the background during this time is the folks at VDOT working with the intermodal office have actually been analyzing the other interstate corridors as well. So 77, 66 west of Northern Virginia, 295, 85, etc., to do some of the same type of work there and develop operational improvements as well that could help improve safety and travel flow on those corridors, as well as looking at whether or not there are any problem areas that are rise to some of the types of problems we see on I-81, 95, and 64. So again, this is the planning process that we've done with you all on over the past several years. I think as you're aware of, I think we would need to talk in the coming months about how often we undertake this planning process. Clearly, I think what we have now can work for a few years, but at some point we will need to update these plans to recognize, one, the improvements that have been funded, but two, any changes in kind of patterns or other things, travel patterns, that we've seen along these corridors. But I do think for our current place where we are, we do have a fair amount of up-to-date and recent information that can be used as we try and develop some of these processes that are required by the code. So what we are hoping to do in the coming months is to come back to you guys with a prioritization process. We're hoping to have a draft for you to kind of give us feedback on in March. Prioritization process would recommend that we fund operational improvements off the top, just as we did kind of with I-81. For those of you who are here, if you remember, before we even dealt with capital, we know that these operational improvements have an extremely high cost benefit and also a very low cost generally. And so we recommend funding all of the operational improvements kind of statewide for the interstate corridors off the top. And then for the remaining types of projects, developing a prioritization process that is consistent but not identical to smart scale. I do think when we're looking just at interstate corridors that we may need to, fine tune back to those key areas the General Assembly asks us to look at: reliability, travel flow, and safety. Kind of along these interstate corridors. And if you recall, for I-81, we did a consistent but not identical process to smart scales. We prioritized those corridor improvements there. We may also recommend to you guys some policy provisions related to transportation demand management. Again, that would be for your discussion and consideration. At this time, I can't say for certain whether or not that would be the case because we're still kind of working through those things. But we hope to come back to you with kind of a draft for you to react to and provide us feedback with at our next meeting. And so again, this is really kind of a presentation to make you aware of some of the things that we've been doing and that we hope to come back with you on. And so my final slide, again, is, we hope to just come back in March with that draft policy, show you the cost of all the operational improvements statewide, which again, we will recommend per the code to fund off the top. In April, we hope to come back to you with a revised policy based on the feedback we've received, as well as kind of showing you how that might work for the various capital improvements across the different interstate corridors there. And then we'd like to, if you all are happy with what you are seeing at that time, come back in May and June and have you all finalize that policy and make some initial allocations in this interstate program for the 6-year program that you'd adopt in June. And so again, Madam Chair, this is kind of a things will be coming presentation, but we did want to talk with you all about that to kind of get this on your radar and lay out some of the thinking, make you aware of some of the legal requirements, the amount of funding that's available, and then how we hope to proceed engaging with you all as we talk about really standing this program up. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you, Madam Chair, or members of the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Donohue.
Madam
Ms.
Secretary,
Hines?
thanks.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Nick, I want to just share a question I have that I hope you're going to address when you come back to us.
Okay.
When I look at the amounts of money that are in these various lines for the corridors and then the statewide pot, none of that is a huge amount of money in the world that we live in. And so the question that I have has to do with having some thinking about how either this money provides leverage in smart scale, or how as we have more regional authorities that have interstate components to them, how we think about it blending or interacting with some of this other money. is, I think, real important moving forward. And so I just put that as a question for you. Even the cycle that we might consider this money on and how it intersects with other cycles we have will be things that I'm trying to understand, because I just don't think there's enough money here to do anything super significant unless we blend it into other things.
No, Madam Chair, Ms. Hines, that is some of the stuff that we'll be coming back in March to talk with you guys about. I think your comment is an important one. $500 million is a lot of money compared to some of the size of some of our larger interstate projects, though. It is a minority of the cost, and that's for sometimes single projects. So, we all know the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel is $3.8 billion. So this is, less than a quarter of that there. And so I do think, we will be likely bringing some thoughts about, potential partnerships with regional entities. I do think in certain circumstances, whether or not, and you've seen this in Northern Virginia, whether or not express lanes or, managed lanes can help with some of those types of things. And so I do think we're going to have to recognize that. I think the other thing that is good news is there is a very, very large amount of construction underway and has recently completed on our interstate corridors. And so a lot of also the very big ticket items through a variety of mechanisms that you kind of outlined there have been addressed over the last few years, which doesn't mean there aren't other large ticket items, but it does mean, like, luckily the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel is fully funded and moving forward. Luckily, like the 66 outside the Beltway is fully funded and moving forward. Then the Fredericksburg extension of the express lanes is funded. And so I think a lot of the big ticket ones have been that we knew about for the last few years have luckily been funded, but there are still going to be more, and there still are some. And so we certainly will be kind of coming back with some thoughts about that. The thing I would always obviously note is that whenever we're talking about leveraging funding, we're talking about partnering with somebody else. And so I suspect those entities may have thoughts about that as well. And I expect that as we have those discussions, they may provide some input as well for us to consider.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mary, I will just say as well that, that's how we got to the Transforming Rail and Initiative, Transforming Rail in Virginia initiative. It was really looking at the corridor study along 95, recognizing that one lane going in each direction for 50 miles was more than $12 billion. And where, was there another way where we could move people along that corridor? And that is really how we got to this potential agreement, almost final agreement with CSX, Amtrak, and VRA. So anyway, it's really looking at these corridors and trying to find a solution to the problem. So anyway, putting this in perspective. Thank you, Mr. Donohue.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're up again.
I am. We don't really get to walk away from the podium, so it doesn't have the same kind of experience when you.
I know. It's really fun when you get to sit down and then we bring you right back.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Madam Chair, my next presentation deals with the VTrans multimodal product pipeline. You all may recall we had a discussion. Jatinder Ramchandi presented on this at our last meeting, and there were some, I think, questions that board members raised. And so we wanted to come back and try and address some of those before we asked you to consider the prioritization process that he had been kind of presenting. I think we heard a lot of questions about, okay, so if we adopt this, what does that mean? Like, what are you going to do with this, and what are the implications of that? Because before you ask us to kind of take the leap of saying, yeah, we're comfortable with this, we want to understand the implications more fully than we do today. And so the presentation today is not really going to talk about how the prioritization process works. It's going to more focus on, once we have that process, what are we doing with it? Why are we doing with it? And what do we hope the outcomes will be? Because I kind of sensed that was the spirit of a lot of the questions that we were receiving during his presentation last month. So hopefully you'll view this as kind of a responsive presentation to some of the issues that you all raised. So if we just move on to the first slide here, what we're really trying to do with this work is fully implement a kind of a performance-based planning and programming cycle, one where we and this is, going to sound rather elementary, but in a way it is, but conceptually, I don't think we've ever actually fully completed this circle. We do a long-range plan. We look at kind of key needs in the state. We then have smart scale and other programs that try and help us fund the most cost-effective solutions, which may or may not always be the top needs. And then we have a performance management system that Margie Ray and her folks have been presenting to you guys on for safety and reliability, that then tells us how those funded projects have helped address some of those needs identified in VTrans. And then we kind of repeat the cycle, if you will, every few years, going back and looking at this, and hopefully over time start to see improved performance on these key areas that we're focusing on. And so that at its very most simple level, this is one part of this is the cog in that machine that we are trying to kind of fine tune and put in place here, working with you all as we kind of look at the problems, allocate our money, and see how our allocation of funds is addressing the problems that we've identified. And so then on the next slide, I also wanted to talk about some of the things that the board has adopted in the past. And so, in the last version of VTrans, the board did tier the needs. We didn't call it priority needs, then we called it tiering. So there's tier 1, 2, and 3 needs. In 2017, the board did adopt tier 1 recommendations. And I think Madam Secretary referenced this last time about, when we sat down using data and board input there to kind of create those. Following on to that in 2018, the board did adopt a policy saying that they wanted VDOT's product development activities for capacity expansion. So again, not bridge replacement or pavement type of work, but things that the VTrans needs were looking at to be linked to these tier 1 recommendations, with kind of the goal of ensuring that if we go through this long planning process and we work with you all as board members to identify problems, that's then where we're actually spending our planning dollars to make sure that then the potential solutions that's available for you all to see in revenue sharing, smart scale, and other programs link back to this planning process that we did working with you all and clearly other stakeholders as well. And so that was kind of put in place. And so we're trying to kind of build upon that. So while we had that policy in place, there was still, as there will be this time, a very large number of tier 1 needs and a much smaller amount of planning dollars. And so how do we actually kind of create a process where between that kind of, you should use your planning dollars for these tier 1 recommendations, create a more direct link to what's actually going to happen after that's done. And so that's really what we're trying to strike at here. So on the next slide, just very simply, what is this project pipeline process? It is, we are trying to identify needs that we will study to develop potential solutions and recommendations with our planning dollars. It is nothing more. It is nothing less. That now, I don't mean to diminish what it is, because that is actually really important. You can only build that which you plan for. So clearly there's an importance into how we use our planning dollars. And we're, so that is really at its essence what this is. On the next slide, I just really want to stress this has no impact on a project smart scale score or whether a project is eligible for smart scale. Again, as the code states, if a project meets a need in VTrans, it is eligible for smart scale. A project that we spend planning dollars on, that does not mean it gets some sort of behind the scenes bump or even in front of the scenes bump in their smart scale score. It is simply now just a project that was developed based on a prioritized need that can be considered in smart scale, revenue sharing, or these other programs that exist that you all have to allocate funds for. We're hoping to, again, focus the limited planning dollars on these top VTrans needs. I think as it was noted last time, there's going to be a need for flexibility because clearly a process that's 100% quantitative is going to miss important qualitative factors on the ground. So I want to say that out loud so that you all know we recognize that, and I'm going to get into that slightly later in the presentation. And then the final point I would just make is we have seen that projects that are developed using performance-based planning through what we used to call the STAR system, they do have a very high success rate in smart scale. And so while the fact that it might be selected through this process doesn't give it bonus points, we've generally seen projects developed using these principles tend to score well in smart scale. So that's not, again, it won't get any extra points, but in the past, that is what we have seen, which may or may not continue in the future. Clearly, we hope it would continue, but I can't, there's not going to be any bonus because it was studied through this process. So why, again, are we doing this beyond what I've already kind of hit on? Today, we have an ad hoc process, kind of district by district, about how planning studies are selected. And we want to create a more consistent process statewide that you all have insight and input into, again, to kind of strengthen the link between our planning and programming processes. We really, want you all to feel that you have a say and a role in this process, and to also, ensure that we're encouraging our locals and other folks to engage in this planning process as they can see more clearly the link between the planning process, how we use our planning dollars, and then things that can be considered. And again, I want to stress, considered in Smart Scale and our other funding programs there. And I think importantly from our perspective is, a prioritization process prioritizes what it has. If it has a lot of really, really good projects, there can still be a good project that isn't funded. But as you start to fund projects and scoop cream off the top, we want to keep resupplying and putting new concepts in there to ensure that competitive tension continues to remain in that process. Because if you don't start to create new projects, at a certain point you fund everything. And so kind of like, what is the mechanism by which we're going to restock the application pool, if you will, with new concepts that in future rounds of Smart Scale, revenue sharing, and our other programs, that can be considered. And so that's really why we're trying to recommend kind of moving forward with this. The other thing, and this is something that Mr. Tucker talked with you all about in sometime last summer, and I apologize, the COVID months kind of blend together there for a little bit. But on the next slide, we really want to take the concept of performance-based planning, and if you could click it one more time, and make it not the exception to the rule, but the rule. And so today, like, we have planning studies, and then we had STAR studies. And we actually want to make the concept that we used in STAR study the mainstream way in which we do these types of plans, because we think it's the right thing to do. And so again, I know Chad has talked about this, so I'm going to run over it really quickly, but when your check engine light comes on in your car, you don't run to the dealership and you're like, I need a new one, the check engine light's on, couldn't be any other way to solve this problem. Need a new engine, give me a new car. What you really do is you go to the dealership on the next slide and you say, hey, not the dealership, you go somewhere and you ask them, what's wrong with my car? If you could click it one more time, they try and understand what that problem is. And then they try and look at what are different ways we could solve that problem. And so instead of just kind of coming in with one type of solution, we really drill down on, in this area, what's happening, why do we think it's happening, and what are some of the ways we can try and address that. And again, in these STAR studies, we have seen really cost-effective solutions kind of come out, and we want to make this the way we just plan projects rather than something we do in one type of our planning studies. So these kind of key principles, again, on the next slide, is we want to approach each need with the goal of finding the most cost-effective solution. For each of these, we want to consider operation and TDM options first, because that's really improving the existing system, and that can typically be done at a much lower cost. That's not going to work everywhere, though, and we recognize that. And so we do also then understand that there will be areas where we do need to look at expanding the system. But before we look at expanding the system, we want to make sure we've looked at whether or not there are ways to improve the existing system first that can help address the problem that exists in a particular location. And so on the next slide, again, I just have 3 very quick case studies where we've done this type of work in the past. If you go to the next slide, please. So this, again, is the Warrenton interchange. Mr. Tunk, you may remember this from the first round of Smart Scale. We had a good project there, but it was an expensive project, and it was building kind of a normal interchange in this area. Due to a host of reasons, the project budget was decreased by almost $20 million. And so we then came up with a revised design for this that ultimately costs about half of what the original estimate was. It has a better long-term performance. So the level of service in the future, we project, will actually be greater with this cheaper solution. And importantly, also it had reduced maintenance cost and improved safety outcomes over kind of time there. So on the next slide is another kind of example is, Route 7 in western Loudoun County. So we've done a STAR study looking at some of the problems here. There is congestion that exists eastbound on Route 7. What the STAR study did, though, is say, why is this congestion happening? And it narrowed in on several kind of key points, one dealing with how northbound Route 9 merges on to 7, and then 2 dealing with some unique geographic terrain and also, candidly, sun related to that terrain, and what are some of the impacts of the merging and weaving that happen because of that. And so if you go to the next slide, we're comparing kind of the full bore, let's expand the system solution to this one. As you can see, and the expand, widen the road for about 7 miles, that was submitted in this round of Smart Scale. Extremely high benefits. It had, I think, the second highest benefit score statewide. It also had one of the highest costs, though, statewide. And so ultimately, this project fell just short of being recommended for funding. What you see in the right-hand column, though, is the STAR study recommendation. You can see it has about 1/6 of the cost, has about 60% of the benefits, though. And had this been submitted, it would have been recommended for funding. So again, it's trying to find ways to address these problems, really narrowly tailoring the solution to what we're seeing on the ground and fixing kind of the things that we see and know that are there today. And then the final example is one from the Stanton District in Warren County. And this is Route 55 as it approaches I-66. There were a host of problems that could be seen in that area, particularly dealing with a lot of crashes, and then some congestion at Route 79, which led to I-66. You go to the next slide. In rounds 1 and 2, they submitted basically a 4-lane widening of this section. It did not score very well in rounds 1 and 2 and was not recommended for funding. We then kind of did this performance-based planning type of analysis, working with the district and the local jurisdiction out there, and came up with targeted safety improvements in there. That project cost about $1.6 million. It was the 3rd highest ranking project in the district in round 3, and ultimately it was selected for funding. And again, it addressed those specific types of problems that we saw in that area. And so this is when we say performance-based planning and trying to make this the rule, not the exception, this is kind of what we're talking about. And I know what Mr. Tucker talked with you all about in past meetings. And so I just wanted to kind of hit that as one of the other kind of key reasons we want to do this. So the next slide gets into why are we prioritizing the needs? Candidly, we have $12 million available annually to kind of develop and study needs and develop potential solutions. If you look at the VTrans needs, we have 30,000 directional miles of highways with needs. We need some way to go from 30,000, which is a universe that would cost a lot more than $12 million to study, down to saying which of these will we study. And so that's what we're really, with this prioritization, is trying to use a data-driven process at the outset to narrow the pool down to a much smaller number of potential needs that then can be considered for study with this $12 million that we have available statewide to kind of identify potential solutions. So this is kind of repetitive. In the interest of time, can we go to the next slide? So what we're hoping to do, can you move to the next slide after that? So what we're hoping to do is to work with each board member to try and identify a number of these top priority locations that we believe that you all should believe should be studied. So again, in the tier 1 needs, we're still going to have more priority 1 needs than we will planning dollars. That is just a unfortunate statement of fact. I think you always hear us kind of talk about this. We always have more needs than we do dollars. And in planning, it's no different than in Smart Scale. It's just kind of the world in which we live in. And so we're just trying to figure out how to kind of make this system work. And so we're hoping, in coordination with VDOT and DRPT, to work with you all, bring you recommendations for up to 5 studies, that could be completed in the areas of interest. You all would have discretion to kind of modify that list, as in the previous VTrans, your qualitative input. You're on the ground. What do you know that the data maybe doesn't show that says, hey, we understand the data says this, but this other thing has this need that's really important for X, Y, and Z reason that you guys, as the folks on the ground, are aware of that we may not see from the data. And so we would work with you all to modify that list. We'd also be recommending that you have flexibility to pick, up a particular need that may not be a tier 1 need to address, geographic diversity or other kind of specific local issues that, again, the data just simply didn't reflect. And so that's what we're hoping to do in the spring with you guys. So then the study team can get running and develop potential solutions using these dollars and these prioritized needs that then can be available for revenue sharing, smart scale, and other kind of funding programs after they're kind of completed later this fall. And then candidly, again, we'll have $12 million next year. And so then we can do this process again. And then the year after that, there'll also be $12 million and kind of keep working on this. And so again, it's also not a one-time thing. It's an ongoing cycle that would involve engagement. And again, I know that, 5, there's nothing magical to the number 5. It's just a number we think is achievable potentially within the money that we have. And we're not going to be able to study all the top needs. Again, it's just a statement of where we are with our resources and other things. And so we just wanted to acknowledge that. But there are going to be future studies. It's not like this is the only studies we'll do and then it's all over. There's going to be studies every single year. And so I think it's important to kind of talk about that, make sure your local partners and communities are aware of that, know that this is an ongoing and iterative process. And this is just the first bite at the apple. And so we're just trying to kind of make this process, rationalize it, give you guys candidly as board members a greater say into that, because as you noted in the last discussion, the data is really helpful, but the data is not omnipotent. There are going to be things you just can't capture in a purely quantitative process that might be of value. So we want to recognize that local knowledge you guys have, but also recognize that the data isn't completely wrong either. It does have a role in this, and it does help us kind of narrow from 30,000 potential needs to something that is manageable, more manageable, and can be kind of looked at there. And so, on the last slide here, again, if you are comfortable with what you think the implications of this process are, we'd like to come back to you guys in March to have you consider the prioritization policy that Tender walked through in some detail in January and then last fall. Work with you guys in March and April using that kind of the outcomes of that process to identify these areas for potential study. And then the fun part, what I think is the fun part happens, which is we get to start studying these solutions, working with you guys and your local communities to try and, use these performance-based system to develop, new potential applications for some of the funding programs that you'll be able to consider in future years. And so, Madam Chair, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No, really appreciate it. I just want to let the board know that Nick only has 2 minutes before he and John need to take a call from me. I will say that this is a multimodal approach. We're looking for transportation solutions. And other than that, I'll open it up to the board. Any comments, questions at this time?
Madam Chair, I just have a quick question for Nick. And Nick, I apologize if I missed this in your presentation, but for a district that does not have a priority 1 need, or perhaps does, but it has already been studied, is it my understanding that that district can look at a non-priority 1 need to be studied?
Madam Chair, Ms. Tunk, yes, that is exactly what would happen. But also, I think there's 2 categories of needs. There's statewide and district-based needs. And so you will always have priority 1 needs in your district. But when it comes to kind of the statewide stuff, there would definitely be flexibility if the tier 1 or priority 1 needs in a particular district have already been addressed, either through a smart scale project or some other means. 100%.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, Mr. Donohue, thank you so much. This is really the beginning of the discussion. So I'm trying to organize this and really just a vital role that the board members are going to play in this. So thank you. Good luck. Text me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, with that, we will have Kim Pryor.
Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board.
Good morning.
Today, I am presenting 3 proposed smart scale cancellations. These will come back to you for action next month. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the Smart Scale policy states that a project that's been selected for funding has to be rescored and the funding decision reevaluated if there are changes to the scope or the cost that would impact the anticipated benefits relative to cost. If an estimate increases,
Tim, I'm just
above
going to
the
interrupt for 1 second. I just want to make sure, and I am terrible about this because I keep coming in and out, but I'm just asking everybody to mute their lines if you're not speaking. Thank you, Kim.
Sure. The policy also states that if an estimate increases above the threshold shown on the slide, that board action is required to approve the increase. Next slide. A project that has been selected for funding in either one of these Smart Scale programs can only be canceled by action of the board. And then finally, in the event that a project does not advance to the next phase, when requested by the board, the locality or metropolitan planning organization could be required to reimburse the department for all funds expended. Next slide. The first project I'll be talking to you about today is in the Hampton Roads District in Greensville County, Route 301, the South Median crossover. Next slide. This project was submitted by Greensville County in round 2 of Smart Scale. The original cost was about $730,000. It was fully funded at the request with district grant funds. The project is VDOT administered and it is ready to begin utility relocation. Approximately $60,000 has been spent to date. The original scope included relocating a median crossover at Route 689 and 301, also adding left turn lanes to serve the crossover and improve access to an existing business. Next slide. This chart just shows a snapshot of the project data. Again, the total cost, $729,000, fully funded with district grant. It had a score of 32.9. It ranked 9 out of 25 projects selected in round 2 in the district. It has expenditures of about $60,000. The current project estimate is $927,000, so just about a $200,000 shortfall. Next slide. This slide just shows a sketch of where the project is located in the crossover. Next slide. So what's changed? The project administration changed from locally administered to VDOT administered. In addition, the cost increased to $927,000, largely due to increased preliminary engineering costs and some unanticipated utility relocation. In addition, after the project was selected, the existing business adjacent to the crossover or the proposed crossover closed. And so the major traffic generator is no longer at the location. The district did work with the county to try to bring the cost back in line with the budget. Several project features were minimized to reduce construction costs. The county also assumed responsibility for acquiring the right-of-way. In addition, construction incentives were removed to help bring down the cost. In spite of these activities, the estimated project cost still remains higher than the available budget. Greensville County passed a resolution requesting cancellation of the project and has agreed to repay the costs incurred. Next slide. The recommendation is to bill Greensville County for the project expenditures to date, and then transfer the funds to the Hampton Roads Construction District balance entry. Next slide. Madam Secretary, did you want me to go through all three of these or pause for questions after each one?
Why don't we pause for a moment and just see if anybody has any questions on this particular one? Mr. Malbin, is there anything that you'd like to add?
No, I mean, I think Ken did a good job explaining all the facts.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Kim.
Okay. The next project is in Charles City County in Richmond District, the Route 106, Route 5 roundabout. Next slide. This project was submitted by Charles City County in round 3 of Smart Scale. The total original project cost was $4.1 million. It was fully funded to the request with district grant funds. The project is VDOT administered and is scheduled to begin preliminary engineering in 2023. The original scope included redesign of the existing intersection at Route 5 and Route 106 to replace flashing lights with a single lane roundabout. It also includes slightly rerouting the Virginia Capitol Trail to cross at an appropriate place within the roundabout. Next slide. Again, just a snapshot of the project statistics. Total cost is $4.1 million, fully funded with district grant funds. The project had a score of 9.9 and was ranked 9 out of 20 projects selected in Richmond District in round 3. It has no expenditures to date, and the budget remains the original estimated budget. Next slide. This is a diagram of the location of the proposed roundabout. Next slide. After the project was selected, there were concerns raised by an adjacent property owner regarding potential property impacts, as well as questioning the benefit of the project. The district worked extensively with Charles City County to evaluate other options to the roundabout. They reviewed a potential traffic signal in lieu of the roundabout design, but a traffic signal is not warranted due to the traffic volumes at that location. Charles City County passed a resolution withdrawing their request for funding for the project and requesting cancellation in August. Next slide. So the proposed recommendation for action is to cancel the project and then transfer the funding to the Richmond District Construction District balance entry. Next slide.
So we'll just pause there. Does anybody have any questions about that project, or Mr. Brown, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the final proposed cancellation is the Backlick Run Multi-Use Path Phase 1 in Northern Virginia. Next slide. This project was submitted by the City of Alexandria in round 2, had an original project cost of $7.1 million, had a smart scale request of $5 million, which was funded with district grant funds. The project is locally administered and in the preliminary engineering phase. The original scope included extending the Backlick Run Trail from Cameron Station to South Van Dorn Street. Next slide. Again, the total cost of the project is $7.2 million. The smart scale request was $5 million. It has additional leverage funding of RSTP and CMAQ of about $2.4 million. The project had a score of 9.3 and ranked 12 out of 21 projects selected in the district. It has no expenditures to date, and the current project estimate remains $7.2 million. Next slide. This is a sketch of the existing trail and the proposed future trail alignment. Next slide. Since the project was selected, some of the development that the city anticipated did not occur at the pace they were expecting. And the city does not currently own enough of the right-of-way to construct the trail as proposed. The impacted properties have not yet indicated a timetable for expected redevelopment. And obtaining the needed right-of-way at this point would significantly impact existing businesses and obviously increase the cost considerably. The City of Alexandria has developed initial trail concepts and included conditions for consideration during future redevelopment special use permits as a means of completing some or all of the proposed trail. The City of Alexandria passed a resolution withdrawing their request for funding for the project and requesting cancellation in December. Next slide. The recommended action for this project is to cancel the project and transfer all of the funds to the Northern Virginia Construction District balance entry. Again, all three of these will come to the board for action next month, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Ms. Hines, do you have anything to add?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the board? Well, Kim, what a great job.
Speechless.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that. We will move to JoAnne Maxwell for a legislative update.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning to you.
Good. I wanted to, this is just going to be a brief update of the various bills that are still alive. And before I even mention some of the bills that are still active and potentially impact VDOT, DRPT, or the CTB, I just wanted to give you all a brief synopsis of the session this year. It's been a very unusual session. Generally, per the Constitution, this would be a short session, which is normally 30 days. In the past, the General Assembly has tended to extend the session during this short session year by at least 15 or 16 days. So typically, this session would have been scheduled for 46 days. However, the General Assembly did not do that this year. They only kept a calendar, a 30-day calendar for the session. As a result, they were due to adjourn sine die by February 11th. The governor, realizing that there probably would not be sufficient time for this, all the work to be done that needed to be done during the session, he called a special session on, I think it was February 4th. So the governor's special session, that session kicked in on February 10th. The General Assembly adjourned the regular session on February 8th, I believe it was. So we are now in the midst of a special session. Technically, the regular session has adjourned, but nevertheless, what the General Assembly did was any bills that were left, had not finished their process, they carried those bills over into the special session. So that's where we are. Again, it's been a very unusual session, and it has made life somewhat interesting. That being said, I just wanted to run through a couple of bills for your information primarily. First bill is HB 1813, which is VDOT's bill. It was an agency bill. What that bill did or does is increase from $600,000 to $700,000 the value or the cap of highway maintenance and construction projects that can be delivered by state or local employees. The last time that $600,000 cap was put in place in 2008, and the legislation is simply intended to try to keep up with inflation. So the cap was raised to $700,000. Again, that was a VDOT bill. The next bill you'll see is HB 1832, SB 1259. These are bills that affect the Highway Corporation Act, the powers and duties of State Corporation Commission. Bottom line, as you all probably are aware, the Greenway is the only highway that's been built under the Highway Corporation Act. So it's the only highway that's impacted by this legislation. What the bill does is it has basically three major components. It requires any application or any applicant for a transfer, extension, or amendment of a certificate of authority, that entity has to demonstrate financial fitness in order to, or the ability to operate the roadway. The second thing that the bill does is it requires an operator to receive approval from the commission, the SEC, prior to refinancing any existing debt. And then the third component, which is what is the component that we are most impacted by, the bill basically requires an applicant, in order to increase a toll or seek a toll increase, they have to provide to the SEC a forward-looking analysis that will that demonstrates that the proposed rates will be reasonable to the user in relation to the benefit. The rates will not likely materially discourage use of the roadway, and finally, the operator will be obtaining or achieving no more than a reasonable rate of return. The reason we're involved at all is that the bill requires VDOT to just do a review of the request or the analysis for toll increase and to provide comments. So that's the extent of our involvement in that process. HB 1854 is one of two naming bills that we saw this year. This particular bill provides authority to basically Arlington County, provides them the authority to name US Route 29 as they deem appropriate, and in the case when they do rename that roadway, Route 29 is Lee Highway. When they do rename, VDOT is to place and maintain appropriate signs, but the locality will still be required to pay for the signs. Carol, next page, please. I'm not seeing the screen change. All right, well, I'll keep going through the bills. Again, we will make.
JoAnne, I would just say, Carol, it's not changing on mine either. I do recognize that sometimes this is due to our own internet services we are finding, but I just want to alert Michael about changing it. But honestly, it's very hard to read. I don't know if you could enlarge it at all. So it's hard to follow. But JoAnne, I think you can just talk through it because I think most people are having a hard time reading.
Changed on my screen.
Did it change for you, Shep?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Okay.
It did mine as well. So
Okay.
I'll keep going unless someone wants me to stop.
All right, that sounds great.
Plowing through. The next bill on page 2, the first one you see is HB 1893 and SB 1212. What that bill does, it simply authorizes the creation of a regional passenger rail station authority in Planning District 4 to assist in the creation of passenger rail in the region. The authority would be authorized to enter into revenue sharing agreements, to issue revenue bonds, etc. And then the authority would, any board, if the authority is established, it would be governed by a board that consists of representatives of the members. Just as an FYI, the New River Valley, the Planning District 4 is the New River Valley Authority. It includes Floyd, Giles County, Montgomery, Pulaski, and Radford. The legislation does require that at least 3 of the members agree to establish this authority. The next bill is, and I'm back on the page 1. If we can advance to page 2, that would be great, but I'm gonna keep going. HB 1931, this is a bill that it's been enacted under the Freedom of Information Act and modifies the Freedom of Information Act just to broaden the reasons that a member, such as a board member of the CTB, it broadens the reasons that they could attend a meeting remotely to an illness of a family member or a medical condition that requires that their attendance be something other than physical. So it's just another way that board members, or it provides additional authority for board members to participate remotely. And this is on an individual basis as opposed to the broad virtual meeting authority we've seen during the COVID epidemic or pandemic. Next bills are HB 2071 and SB 1350. These two bills add to the smart scale process a requirement that when OIP is reporting on the final results of the smart scale process, that they report on candidate projects and indicate whether or not the candidate project is either has been designed to be resilient or the project sponsor has committed that the project will be designed to be resilient. This is not a factor that has to be considered in deciding whether or not to go forward with a project or to approve. It's just merely a reporting requirement. The bill also requires that resiliency be added to VTrans, to one of the goals or factors to be considered or addressed by VTrans. Next slide, please. The next bill is HB 2074, and this is a very detailed bill, but just to give you a highlight, it's a bill that would require the Secretaries of Agriculture and Forestry, Commerce and Trade, Health and Human Resources, Natural Resources, and Transportation to develop a Secretariat-specific environmental justice review policy that would require each agency under the Secretariat to evaluate environmental justice consequences of any covered agency action. The bill is very specific as to the details of the environmental analysis that would have to be done. And based on our interpretation of the bill right now, it would involve a significant number of agency actions. There is a Senate version of this bill that has been modified greatly such that it doesn't contain the detailed type of reviews that are required under this bill. So we're waiting to see whether these bills may be conformed or what may be the outcome. But they could have significant impacts on the agencies involved. HB 2075 is the next naming bill that we saw this year. It would rename any section of U.S. Route 1 in Virginia that is designated as Jeff Davis Highway to Emancipation Highway. The bill includes a delayed enactment of January 1, 2022. The reason this is important is there may be one or more localities that would prefer, for instance, to rename the highway Richmond Highway. We've heard that comment. And if so, what the patron has done is put a delayed enactment on the bill so that those entities could approach the CTB. For instance, if let's say they wanted to rename the highway Richmond Highway, they could approach the CTB, have the CTB change the name before the bill goes into effect, and thus that portion of Jeff Davis Highway or Route 1 would not be renamed Emancipation Highway, but rather would be renamed with a name that the locality is seeking. At this point, we are anticipating that the localities would bear the cost of this naming. And the thing that's unusual about this bill is that it doesn't just name U.S. Route 1, but it also repeals the 1922 Act that originally named Route 1 as Jeff Davis Highway. So that's one of the unique aspects of this particular piece of legislation. HB 2118 is one of two bills that we see primarily that's intended to further the electrification of vehicles. What this bill does would establish a grant funding program for two primary purposes. One would be to award grants to public schools for assisting with the cost of replacing diesel school buses with electric school buses, and also for purposes of maintaining the infrastructure necessary, et cetera. Then the second part of the grant funding and program would be to provide funding to projects by public, private, and nonprofit entities to assist with replacing diesel-fueled vehicles and machinery with electric vehicles. So the first priority is the school buses. But then the second priority would be public and private entities that want to convert this. DEQ is required to convene a stakeholder work group to develop recommendations for establishing and administering the fund, and is to report its findings to the General Assembly. Next page. The next bill, HB 2282, is also an electrification policy bill, I would call it. Basically, it directs the State Corporation Commission to report on policy proposals to accelerate transportation electrification in the Commonwealth. The Commission is required to utilize a public process, pull together various stakeholders, and VDOT would be one of the entities that would be participating in that effort. So again, the State Corporation Commission is to submit no later than May 1, 2022, their report to the General Assembly. HJR 542 is a bill, a study that basically would request DRPT to conduct a 2-year study of transit equity and modernization in the Commonwealth, with an emphasis on transit services and engagement opportunities for underserved and underrepresented communities. I think that bill will likely pass without issues, as best I can tell. Next page, please. The next bill is SB 1126. This bill merely adds a member of the House of Delegates and of the Senator of the Virginia Senate to the Transportation District Commission of Hampton Roads. The members are required to represent or be from certain members or from certain areas in the district. The other thing that the bill does, it requires non-legislative citizen members to have experience in one of the following fields: either transit, transportation, land use planning, management of transit, transportation or other public sector operations, public budgeting or finance, corporate communications, etc. So that latter portion of the bill or requirement of the bill would not go into effect, or would not affect any existing members, but it would basically be phased in as membership of the committee, as memberships expire. SB 1253, this is a bill that stemmed from a JLARC study that was conducted over the last year or so. Basically, what the study does is it directs the CTB in consultation with both Secretary of Transportation as well as Commerce and Trade to develop criteria that should be used in the award of funds for access roads to economic development sites. Obviously, there are already guidelines in existence, but what this bill does is say that the criteria must take into account actual job creation, the number of jobs created or thought that are anticipated to be created, and also the capital investment, the type of capital investment, and then the other relevant economic development considerations. Again, the bill was a direct recommendation of JLARC, and it has not met with much controversy in either house. SB 1271 is another FOIA bill that basically, this bill is codifying the language that we've seen in the budget of late that's intended to provide for virtual meetings in cases of emergencies, etc. It allows for the public bodies to meet. Right now, the law states public bodies can meet virtually only to address the emergency. But the main point of this bill is to allow the public bodies to meet when there's a declared state of emergency in order to continue their business. So it's basically codifying the language that has now, that's been enabling the CTB to meet all these months since the COVID pandemic and the state of emergency was declared. Next page, please. And this is the last but not least, SB 1274 This is legislation that is somewhat of a continuation of legislation that was enacted in the last year or two. Last year, there was legislation enacted that required Department of Wildlife Resources, in consultation with VDOT and DCR, to develop a wildlife corridor plan. And that plan is designed to identify corridors, existing or planned barriers to movement of wildlife, and then areas of high wildlife vehicle collision probability. So DCR and or VDOT are working with DWR to develop this plan, which is not due until September 1, 2022. In the meantime, this bill now takes the same statutes that were enacted in the last session, and they require, among other things, for the Commonwealth Transportation Board to include the wildlife recommendations of the plan in the State Transportation Plan, VTrans. So the bill would add a higher level of importance to that plan by requiring its incorporation into the statewide transportation plan. Finally, SB 1385, a couple of sessions ago, a pilot program was introduced whereby Fairfax County was authorized to take certain measures in association with transportation projects to underground utilities. And it was only at that point in time, only electric utilities. Well, after a couple of years, they put a sunset on the pilot, and they've basically now just given Fairfax County broad authority. Again, it's only Fairfax County, much broader authority to underground more utilities and to take measures to facilitate the undergrounding of facilities in association with transportation projects. The reason this is important to us is there's one part of the bill that says the locality can seek to obtain the necessary easements or permits in order to facilitate the undergrounding, but then it says the locality can come to the CTB and can request the CTB or VDOT to acquire the necessary easements or permits. So at the end of the day, there's some involvement, potential involvement by VDOT and or the CTB in this process. But that is all I have. Again, the session is rolling along. We are finishing up all of the work in the transportation committees, presumably by the end of this week. Again, the General Assembly will adjourn based on current schedule March 1, which is just a little over 2 weeks, or a little less than 2 weeks. That's all I have, Madam Secretary.
That's it. I will say that for presentation, JoAnne, Carol did send out a handout. We typically have this at our desks because it changes every day. Amendments to bills, bills not surviving, and anyway, it's been a very interesting session, I will say. So, JoAnne, thank you so much for that. Any questions, comments from the board?
Hey, Madam Secretary, this is Bert Dodson.
Hi, Mr. Dodson.
Yeah, I got two questions, JoAnne. On HB 1854, talking about the length of Lee Highway, Route 29, what is the length of the highway in Arlington County?
I'm going to have to confess ignorance on that point, but I can find out for you. I'll see what I can find out. I'll have an answer for you before the end of this meeting.
Another question, HB 2075. Obviously just Jeff Davidson Highway is a very emotional issue for a lot of people. And what occurs is that now you got Richmond Highway, which personally I think is the most appropriate name for the road instead of having several different names. But do you know how many localities will be affected if they did not come in front of us as far as changing the name to Richmond Highway by January 1st?
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Dodson. The localities that would be impacted, if nothing changes, if no one else asks for a name change before the effective date, That would be Chesterfield, Caroline County, Spotsylvania, Stafford, and then Fredericksburg.
Okay, so all those localities would have to go through the process of asking us to approve or rename it to Richmond Highway, or this legislation would impanel Emancipation Highway as the name.
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Okay. So I think I have 2 board members now in those 2 districts, and I hope if we can get the name, I hate to go from one locality to another name change, and it changes here and changes there. It'd be a little more simpler to have the name change for the whole length of that Richmond Highway, of the US 1 that's named after Jefferson Davis.
Madam Secretary, this is Cedric. The delegate who brought that issue is the delegate from Fredericksburg. And it will truly, and I hear you, Mr. Dodson, I think it will be up to those jurisdictions to make that determination unto themselves. I mean, because my district only covers a few of the areas. It's not all inclusive. So, I mean, I will be happy to work with any of the other individuals who form that link, but it will be up to them to make that determination of what they desire.
Yeah. The reason I break that out, I know Mr. Brown might want to say something too, because to me it's kind of a short timeline. Not to object to the legislation. That's the legislators' prerogative on the patrons, but it's a pretty short period of time to go through that process in relation to the name change.
Yeah. Just say that we actually act as a body pretty quickly, so we can once we hear from localities, it usually takes us an average of maybe 2 months to prepare. So it really is the process starting within the localities. Mr. Brown, did you?
Madam Secretary, I agree.
Yeah.
Ms. Brown.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, I was just going to say that although I respect Mr. Dodson's comment about, it seems to make a lot of sense to have a road retain one name for its entire length. The reality is that we already have various inconsistencies on a number of the highways all throughout the Commonwealth currently. Things like Lee Davis changes names. Of course, we already have segments of Route 1. Washington Highway in certain jurisdictions, and then of course we have Jeff Davis and the Richmond Highway. So there are a number of major roadways. Brook Road, as it runs through Richmond, is Route 1, and then it turns into Washington Highway when it gets up into Ashland. So there, so it's not so uncommon, Mr. Dodson, to have that. So I think it's one of those things that we're accustomed to certain things, and so we tend to think that's the way it ought to be. But the reality is, we've seen those inconsistencies in a number of different places, and quite frankly, I think people will figure it out. Google will figure it out.
Yeah, Ms. Brown. I was going to ask you one question since you represent the area. Would Brook Road have to change its name to Richmond Highway on the legislation, or do you know?
I'd defer to Ms. Maxwell on that.
Madam Chair, the answer to that would be no. The way the legislation reads, let me pull it out for you. Actually, it basically says that any section of Route 1 that is named Jeff Davis Highway will be named Emancipation Highway. So, to the extent that a road already bears a different name, it would not be subject to this legislation.
Yeah, the only other comment. Go ahead, Ms. Maxwell. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in conclusion, yes, if there's a road that a portion of the road already bears a different name, it would not be subject to the legislation. Only those roads that currently still bear the Jeff Davis, or those portions of the road that currently bear Jeff Davis Highway as the name.
Mr. Dodson?
Yeah, real quick. I know the transportation system can change the name and work real fast and efficiency, but obviously for the localities and the citizens along those roads, change the name of a road, not to be against it, don't get me wrong, but what happens, it takes some more time than changing a few signs. So just maybe the patriot of the legislation, January 1st is a pretty quick time in 2022. So we'll see what happens. I don't live on Jeff Davis Highway. I don't live on Richmond Highway. I don't have a business on there, but it takes time to adapt to change in relation to highway changes and names. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let me say a few words.
Yes. Anybody else? Great. I just think, having a body like this, and we're working directly with VDOT, we have the opportunity to be very as responsive as we can. So, and we will do that. Thank you, JoAnne. It's always exciting to see what happens at the end. And so anyway, thank you again. I believe we're now going to Director Mitchell and Commissioner Britch for any items. Director Mitchell, do you have anything this morning?
No, nothing additional that wasn't already presented in our earlier reports.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Britch.
Madam Secretary, I'm going to defer my time and bring up Kevin Gregg. He sat on the weather call this morning, and we can have an update on the weather. I think that's much more pressing than any of the other items I have. So Kevin, if you can come up and give the board an overview of this morning's weather call and the impending storm.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I'll give you a quick weather update, and then I'll do a quick update on the VDOT readiness. Weather, we are going to have a major winter storm event tonight through Thursday night. Should start back in the western part of the state around 10 p.m. And move west to east, starting in the central part of the state around 1 a.m. Midday Thursday, we expect the snow to stop across the Commonwealth. However, at that time, it should change into more of a freezing rain icing event. Should exit the state somewhere early Friday morning. Again, this is going to be a significant storm event with snow totals in the 8 to 12 inch range in the northwestern portions of the Commonwealth. The rain snow line should extend across Virginia diagonally from Abington through Roanoke up through Fredericksburg. The bulk of the precipitation of the snow will be between 3 a.m. and 10 a.m. Tonight and into Thursday morning. The snow rates will be significant, greater than between 1 inch and 2 inches per hour, which in some cases may be almost be a whiteout. Again, there will be significant icing on the southern part, on the south side, and Richmond, and again, probably similar to the ones that we just experienced in this last storm. This devastating icing will be widespread with power outages and trees down. And to complicate that, on Friday, the winds will pick up from east to west, causing additional tree damage due to saturated soils. Friday and Saturday should be clear, decent weather. However, the weather is going to be much colder, leaving the icing and snow that still remains a little bit longer to leave. So the good news, if there is good news in all this, is that we've had these storms for the last 3 weekends in a row, and this is the last storm that the weather forecasters can see geared up behind it. So we should have some clear weather as we move forward. I will say that the VDOT crews are prepared. All districts have been pre-treating last night and today in preparation for the storm. And many of the districts are out today while the weather's good, patching potholes to get those taken care of. Our salt levels are adequate. Generally, our salt levels are around 65%. We continue to receive deliveries last night, and we'll continue to receive them until the storm keeps the truckers from running. Currently, we still have about 234 roads throughout the state that are closed. About half of those are closed due to trees and power line damage. The other half is due to flooding and water covering the roads. So flooding will continue to be a significant event for us through this storm. Many of our rivers are getting close or at flood stage, which will cause all the tributaries to back up as well. All our districts will begin 24-hour operations tonight and continue through the end of the storm. So that's the basics where we are right now. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Commissioner, I'll turn it back over to you.
Right, Kevin, I appreciate it. Certainly, the weather, it's a complex storm that's going to create a lot of challenges for us as we continue to migrate over the next 24 hours. Kevin, I think, or Madam Secretary, I think the last storm that we had all of our districts mobilized, more than 9,000 people out, men and women of the department, as well as our contractors out there, be able to provide those services. They stand ready even during the middle of a pandemic. So they are our frontline heroes. I want everyone to realize that they've done a great job over the last 3 weeks with the back-to-back storms. We've been able to get some downtime, not necessarily enough for them. So I'm hoping that the weather does break for us to be able to get through this storm, repair the equipment, as Kevin said, replenish those supplies that we have, and be ready for the rest of the winter. But the next 24 hours are going to be very pivotal to us to be able to maintain roads and get that message back out. The drivers need to stay off the roads as much as possible over the next 24 hours as we go into Friday.
Commissioner, thank you. I don't know if you were on when I first opened the meeting, but just recognizing all the men and women who, this is 4 weeks straight that they have been on it. Certainly, their dedication to this is just so important to all of us. They are just doing an amazing job. Anything that we can do, from central office, we always convey that we are here to help them. I will also just say that Deputy Commissioner Rob Carey, our Chief Engineer, Bart Thrasher, and Kevin Gregg, Chief of Maintenance, all of you have been remarkable leaders through this. I have the privilege of being on these phone calls and just seeing the orchestration of resources, the collaboration that takes place. It is really remarkable. So I just say thank you to all of you. It does not go unnoticed. Of course, we all know that you really get recognized when things go wrong, but you all have just done a great job. So I thank you for that. I am, so unless there's anything else from the board. Okay. I am going to suspend the workshop and save my items for this afternoon. We are going to go into closed session immediately following this suspension. Carol is sending out an invitation to you to go into closed session. We will open it. We will give a lunch break. So I am saying for those watching, let's see. I believe that we are going to be back in open session around 1 to 1:15, and I'm going to ask Carol to keep that posted on our website so that people can have some sense of when we will be back live. We'll do my remarks when we return, and then we will go into the action meeting. So trying to move this along. So with that, Carol, I'm going to suspend the workshop.
Madam
And
Secretary.
all of you, yes.
I believe
Yes.
a motion needs to be
We
made.
need a motion.
Closed session.
Oh, to adjourn?
To go into closed session.
Go into closed session.
Oh, okay. So Carol, did you, let's see.
I'll be happy
So
to make that motion.
Okay, thank you.
I move that the board convene in a closed session pursuant to section 2.2-3711A6 of the Code of Virginia for the purpose of discussing a project involving the investment of public funds where bargaining is involved and where the financial interest of the Commonwealth would be adversely affected if the discussion were made public at this time. And pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8 for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel regarding provisions in the agreement requiring legal advice. Additionally, I move that staff and attorneys attend the closed session because their presence is deemed necessary and will aid the board in its consideration of this matter.
Second.
I second it.
Okay, Ms. Mathis, will you take the roll?
Dr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Yates,
Aye.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Aye.
Mr. Dodson,
Aye.
Ms. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Kasperlitz,
Aye.
Mr. Malbin,
Aye.
Mr. Merrill,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Rucker.
Yay.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Is there anything else I need to do before we sign into the closed session?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I will see you all there in a minute.
Are live.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Okay. I'm going to stop this. I welcome you back, and I'm going to read this statement. We are now going to take a roll call vote, and I ask that each member indicate their agreement with the following. To the best of my knowledge, during the closed meeting, the only matters heard, discussed, or considered were those matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only those public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened. With that, Ms. Mathis, will you call the roll?
Mr. Malbin.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker, Dr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlitz,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yay.
Mr. Williams. The roll's complete, Madam Secretary.
Okay, thank you, Carol. We are going to reconvene the workshop agenda. The last item is actually my items. Two things have happened very recently. One that was just brought to my attention that I want to make sure to inform the board. And then the other has to do with the COVID relief funds coming into Virginia, upon which we are still receiving guidance. So with those two items, I'm going to ask Mr. Donohue to begin with Smart Scale.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think Mr. Tucker actually has a very short presentation to give you all. And Chad, please let me know if you're here. I hope you are.
Yes, sir.
Great. So, we're here today because we needed to let you guys know that we have found a slight error in the calculation of one of the measures in Smart Scale. It came to our attention after the scores were released in January, and we wanted to kind of walk you guys through, one, what the error was, and then two, the implications of that for the revised funding scenario. I do believe that Ms. Day and Mr. Tucker got in touch with board members yesterday if there was a change in the staff recommended funding scenario for a particular district. So again, our goal is always to try and find these things before January, but I think as importantly, if we find them after January, to come to you as soon as we do find out and tell you what happened and what its implications are. This dealt with a kind of a new measure that we had this time, and I think unfortunately sometimes these things happen. But again, as we've done in past rounds, if we ever find anything that we think results in a need to come back to you and correct information, we are committed to doing that, and that's candidly why we're here today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chad, who will walk you through the issue and the impacts.
Good afternoon, Secretary Valentine and members of the board. I just want to confirm y'all can hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Mr. Dodson, I noticed the first presentation involved rail access for a company called Tucker Timber. And I believe I saw one of the guys in the video wearing a Tucker Timber hat. I don't know if you have any inside way of perhaps procuring one of those hats, but I would love to have one.
We can work a deal out there, Chad.
Hold on.
Give me some more money on the Smart Scale. We can work a deal. Okay, no problem.
All right. Next slide. So as Deputy Secretary Donohue mentioned, we did find an issue. We go through a rather extensive QA/QC process in the lead up to each round and through each round. A lot of our focus prior to the release of the scores are on the more complex measures such as congestion, safety, accessibility. The other measures we often aren't able to QA/QC until after we've released the preliminary results to the board. And that was the case here. What happened is in the environmental resource measure, we proposed in the lead up to round 4 making that measure subtractive. In previous rounds, we treated it sort of as a benefit, and it resulted in relatively impactful projects scoring lots of points. So for example, one that I believe had folks scratching their head was the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel project scored the most points for environmental impact. The results really didn't make sense until you divided by cost. But based on feedback we received from the applicant community and stakeholders, we identified a method and proposed to the board making the measure subtractive and looking at the total acreage in and around within a quarter mile of the project. There are essentially 4 environmentally sensitive areas that we examine as part of Smart Scale. There's conservation lands, species and habitat, cultural resources, and wetlands. And the way it was supposed to be calculated was based on the total acreage within that quarter mile buffer that was potentially sensitive. In our QA/QC process, we were uncovered that we were actually calculating it based on the buffer area ratio or the percentage of the buffer area that was potentially impacting environmentally sensitive areas. If you go to the next slide, the next 2 slides really kind of explain what we mean by the total acres versus the buffer acres. If you go to slide 3, explain how the buffer area ratio works. Essentially, you can see there the 2 example projects, Project A and Project B. Project B, about half of the area falls within that wetlands, whereas in Project A, about a third. But for Project A, it's a much larger total acreage. So this does have a pretty significant impact on that particular measure. If we go down to slide 4, you'll see the comparison for total acres. So this was caught last week. We quickly reran scores based on this correction, updated to see whether or not there was an impact to the staff recommended funding scenario. And there is some movement towards the cutoff line at the bottom that I'll be summarizing on the next slide. So on slide 5, the left-hand side gives you an overview of projects that would drop off of the staff recommended funding scenario. There are 4 projects in Bristol. There's a project in Culpeper, 2 projects in Hampton Roads, and 2 projects in Stanton, for a total of 9 projects affected throughout the state. But you would pick up 15 additional projects would come back on once the corrected scores for that measure were applied. There are 5 projects picked up in the Bristol district. There's 1 project added in Fredericksburg. 2 projects get picked up in Hampton Roads district. A project gets picked up in the Richmond district in Hanover County. Salem gets 3 additional projects in the staff recommended funding scenario, and Stanton picks up 3 additional projects. The next 2 slides kind of walk you through the 3-step process by district, and we've updated this so you can kind of see the delta. So, and I won't go through this in detail, but you can read across on Bristol. There were 15 projects. They pick up 1 additional project in Bristol. That's the amount of money. So there's a $2.4 million reduction in step 1. Now, just to remind you, that gets carried over to the remainder that's available at the end. Then in step 2, there were 0 changes. Same amount of money gets allocated, and similarly for step 3. So this will walk you through for each of the 3 funding scenario steps to develop the staff recommended funding scenario, how much money is reduced in each step or increased in each step. And just as a reminder, for that step 1, any unexpended district grant money in step 1 is available at the end, and is typically used by the boards at their discretion to fund other projects that were submitted for this round. The next slide just gives you the totals and the remainder that's available for each district as a result of the corrected staff recommended funding scenario. And the next steps, so slide 8, we've corrected the scoring spreadsheets and the scorecards, the updated funding scenario. All of that information is going to be uploaded to the website this afternoon. We do plan on sending a notification out to the applicant community. We'll be scheduling meetings with the board members as we do after each round to discuss the funding scenario and the results for this round, and any feedback you're receiving from the applicant community and any changes you may be considering moving forward. And we also will be working with VDOT and DRPT to schedule the spring transportation hearings to solicit public feedback. Now, before I open it up to questions, I do want to apologize. I take full responsibility for this error, and I'd like to apologize to the board as well as the affected applicant community. I really hope, I wish I could have, would have caught this earlier in the process, but it's definitely something we wanted to bring to your attention once we identified it.
Chad, thank you so much. And thank you for bringing it to our attention. I always say to the team, we can't prevent bad things from happening, but we can prepare for them when we can and make sure we're completely transparent. So it's not the first time we've come back to the board with an issue, and I appreciate you doing this. So I do believe that the board members who had projects affected were contacted, correct?
Yes, this is correct.
And so with that, does anyone have any comments, questions? for us.
Secretary, I had a question, Mark Merrill.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Merrill.
Carol just sent out a 10-page spreadsheet, and I was just wondering if Chad could comment on the last page. It has the $883 million, step one, step two. I was just trying to understand exactly what the final amounts are that are being allocated. I don't know if you have that spreadsheet that Carol just sent to accompany your presentation.
I believe that's the updated staff recommended funding scenario sheet.
Correct.
So let me.
District grant program
Okay.
of $183 million.
All right, give me 1 minute to pull that up.
Well, Mr. Merrill, this is Mr. Donohue. Could I suggest that I think in general, this being your first round, that I think it'd be good to set up a call with Ms. Day and Mr. Tucker to walk you through a host of these things. Again, this is all a recommendation at this stage. I think the thing we'd like to talk with you about is you have the discretion to recommend modifications to this. So everything we're talking about now, particularly anything that deals with district grant, that's all guaranteed money for your district. So while the amount that was maybe recommended for allocation may have been modified, as Mr. Tucker kind of noted, you have discretion to change the selected projects or to deploy the currently unrecommended allocation to a project as kind of you see fit. And so I think it might be helpful if we could set up a briefing with Ms. Day and Mr. Tucker for you to kind of go through some of that and also kind of show you what other members have done in the past, so you have some sense of the past precedent on some of these things.
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Merrill, I was under the impression that Ms. Day and Chad Tucker had reached out to you.
Yeah, they did. They spoke with me about the project changes, but I'm just trying to understand these final numbers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they explained to me that 2 projects that had previously been included were removed and 3 projects that previously had been excluded were added. So I understood the ins and the outs, but I was trying to understand the total economic impact.
Yes. And did they also just brief you on smart scale in general, since this was your first round?
Well, I've been reading a lot about that on the website and trying to process it.
Okay. Well, I'll make sure they do.
And Randy Kirby, Randy Kaiser has also helped to educate me.
Yes. Chad?
And Secretary, we did mention to Mr. Merrill yesterday that when we set up the individual meetings with the board members to go over the round 4 results, for the new board members, we did think it would be wise to walk them through in a more detailed fashion how the smart scale process works, so that they can ask questions and come away with a better understanding of what is a really complex project.
Oh, no.
Madam Secretary, this is Cedric.
Yes.
I had the opportunity to talk about 5 minutes with those 2 yesterday. This is my first time going through Smart Scale. I had already begun to have conversations about the previous recommendations that we received. So, I mean, these changes have an impact on the sort of recommendations that I have already begun to move forward. So I would definitely like to have a follow-up, because it really impacts the conversations that have already begun to take place with reference to those preliminary recommendations. So I feel a bit unbalanced and uncomfortable, especially, I know when I heard from them, they said these changes were positive, but at the same time, with those communications or with those conversations,
right,
certain things have already been put in motion. And that's the element that's concerning to me.
Yes. Well, it was just I had a different understanding about how that was handled. So I will follow up on that. I'll make sure that we get with you and Mr. Merrill. In particular, just about the whole process, and then about these particular changes.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Dodson.
2 things for our 2 new board members, and I've just been here for a few years, and got more board members been here longer than I have representing districts. But the more you know, the better it is, because you are the person in relation to your district, in relation to the smart scale process. So it's a big issue. You become a very popular person very quick. The other thing I was going to say, I want to thank Chad for taking ownership of the oversight. a lot of times in business and in government, people run away from accountability. And the way he stepped up and took ownership and apologized is well received.
Yeah, I would say
Madam Secretary.
that. I agree. I appreciate Chad and Ronique yesterday helping to explain it.
Yes, and Ms. Secretary, I would second that. I'm pretty hard to track down, and Ms. Day and Chad, they traced me through all of my various numbers and emails and got a hold of me at the end of the day, and did spend a considerable amount of time kind of walking through the impacts and changes. And so I know that their intent was well-meaning, and again, I do appreciate them taking ownership of that, and understand that in a very complex process, sometimes we're always working to get perfect, but it's hard. It's a hard thing to achieve.
Yes, yes. I wasn't really referring just to the changes yesterday or the recent changes, but yes. Anybody else have any questions or comments for Chad? We will continue to walk through this. It is a process, and we want everyone to feel very comfortable with their decisions by the time we're finished. But I remember being a board member, and it was so challenging at times. So, because you want to be able to deliver everything. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Chad.
You're welcome.
Okay, and then Mr. Donohue, would you care to update the board on the COVID numbers?
Yes, ma'am. Carol, could you have folks pull up the presentation? Well, so anyway, while they're doing that, what we wanted to kind of brief you guys on, and as the secretary said, we're still getting information on this. So between our last two board meetings, we finally received some information from the Federal Highway Administration. What we're here to talk to you about today, if you go to the next slide, is as Mr. DeBruhl talked about earlier, in December, Congress passed both the COVID relief package and an omnibus appropriations bill. It was actually a single piece of legislation. It included a number of components to provide funding to transportation above and beyond kind of the base federal programs. You can kind of see that listing there. Mr. DeBruhl talked to you about the $14 billion available for transit agencies. What I wanted to talk with you about today was the $10 billion, well, the $12 billion, 10 plus 2, made available for state DOTs. As the secretary noted earlier, and I said, we still do not have final guidance on exactly how this funding can be used. So I just want to stress that at the beginning that, we got notice of what our amounts would be 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we're hoping to get guidance very soon on exactly how it can be used. We've read the code, but we want to make sure that that's what the Federal Highway Administration also believes, as they're ultimately the arbiters of what that law does and how it can be used. And so if you go to the next slide, the funding we received, some of it is flexible, some of it is controlled by our larger MPOs, and some of it is actually directed to very specific purposes. And my slide hasn't updated. I don't know if you all's has. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So you'll see in total, there's about $285 million that's coming to the state. But of that, $43 million is directly controlled by the MPOs, and the 4 MPOs there that receive additional funding is the Washcog in the Northern Virginia area, the Hampton Roads TPO, the Richmond TPO, and the Roanoke TPO. I think Northern Virginia gets around 20, Hampton Roads around 13, Richmond around 8, and Roanoke around 2 million there. Then you'll see there's about $240 million that is statewide funding. $8 million of this is directed by the appropriations bill to the Appalachian Development Highway System. The ongoing project we have in Virginia related to that is Corridor Q. And so again, this is kind of connecting the bridge that we have there out by Brake State Park back to Grundy. there. And so we have some ongoing work that we'll apply this money to. And then that leaves around $233 million. Next slide, please. And available kind of funding that there is flexibility in its use. One thing I should note, there are time constraints on the use of these funds. And so again, they would need to be obligated in I believe it's a 3-year kind of window there. And to obligate funds, you need to have that, either, a construction project that's going out to bid, like a construction contract, or, some sort of agreement to provide that to a transit agency or some other thing who will be spending those funds. So needs to be for projects that are kind of at a certain stage to be able to ensure that we can expend those funds within the time frames that exist under the federal provisions. As we've read the code or the legislation, it's not codified law. If we've read the bill, it looks like these funds are pretty flexible compared to a traditional federal dollar. So we're relatively confident that we could use it for a highway, transit, commuter rail, or trail project. We're not sure if it could be used for intercity rail or not. Our initial kind of read is we don't think it can be, but we've been wrong before. And so again, this is just kind of our initial take. Once we have final guidance from the Federal Highway Administration, we would be happy. We will obviously circle back with you all about that, I should say. What we wanted to do today was to start to have some preliminary discussions with you all about some potential uses of these one-time dollars. Again, this isn't a reoccurring amount of money that we're receiving. This is a specific one-time amount with specific time frames in which those dollars need to be spent. So if you go to the next slide, there's 5 potential uses that we wanted to talk to you about. And again, this is a briefing. There's nothing else happening today. This is the kind of a conversation that we're hoping to start here with you all today. And so you kind of see a few things listed here, and I'm going to want to walk through and talk a little bit about each of these. And I assume there may be questions along the way or at the end there, and I'd be happy to answer those. So if you move to the next slide, one potential use that we see out there is engaging with Norfolk Southern on potential improvements to the VRE Manassas line. When we started discussions with with Norfolk Southern about rail in general, it was initially about both improvements to VRE service on the Manassas line and also the Western Amtrak service. Due to reductions in revenues because of COVID, we actually kind of separated that out and focused just initially on the Western Rail Initiative. We're trying to come up with potential ways that these one-time COVID monies could be used to address opportunity costs that we're experiencing as a result of reduced revenues from the pandemic. And so again, this was something that we weren't able to advance over the fall and summer due to our reduced revenues and the uncertainty in our revenue streams. And so using some amount of this money in partnership with Norfolk Southern to try and increase peak service, actually effectuate the weekend service on the Manassas line that we know the Transforming Rail Initiative would unlock, and potentially also looking at kind of bi-directional service in the future. And so that's one of the things that we think could be really beneficial as a potential use of these funds. And again, this is something that was in the works but had to be kind of pushed off to the side because of the pandemic and the impact on revenues.
Nick, do you mind if I just pause here for 1 second? When we realized that, the state DOTs were going to receive some funding, trying to figure out the best use of those funds, because the purpose of them is to address revenue reductions due to COVID. And as you all know from previous presentations, the Commonwealth in transportation is down $870 million through FY22. We, during the special session, worked with the governor and the General Assembly to pass the flexibility amendment, a budget amendment that gives you, over the next 2 years, the ability to, through a cash management system, to use dollars that are actually in the bank today to put them to work. And as a consequence, over our 6-year window, we have preserved all the projects in the pipeline on budget and on their schedule. And so the way we structured the revenue reductions was really to address the priorities that had already been identified. Where our gaps exist are in our negotiations to bring opportunities, develop opportunities, complete commitments that we have outside of that 6-year window. And that is where we have felt the gaps. This is one example of the gaps. The negotiations with Norfolk Southern really was comprehensive, the Manassas line and the extension and with the second train. When we recognized we did not have the funds to manage this project, we severed it. We went to Norfolk Southern and asked if we could sever the project to deliver what we believe we could, putting different financial resources together. We are still working on completing that piece of it. And now with the COVID funds, which we believe today are not eligible for passenger rail, this is a way to complete the work with on the commuter rail side along the Manassas line. So I just felt like just some broader perspective on what we're trying to do with these COVID relief funds in addressing the gaps that we have in Virginia. So thanks, Nick.
Yep, no, thank you. So the next item that we wanted to kind of put out there for discussion purposes were, and if you go to the next slide, were the I-64 corridor from Richmond to Hampton roads. And in this concept, we'd like to kind of consider, potential like waterfall or priority use of funds. And so we know right now that the express lanes network that the commissioner, I know has briefed you guys on many times, and we've talked about, again, this is the 45-mile network from Jefferson Avenue down the peninsula, across the HRBT, through the reversible segment, the existing HOV lanes, then across the high-rise bridge. Due to the current situation, the traffic and revenue is showing that there's approximately a $93 million shortfall today to complete this project. We'd like to discuss whether or not this is maybe an area where funds could be set aside to try and help fill some or all of that gap. We do know that the extent of the shortfall could change in the future. Last year, they were hoping to do a weekend in traffic revenue modeling to try and update the traffic and revenue information. Clearly, with the pandemic, that couldn't be done because you didn't have the same amount of kind of holiday and weekend traffic heading to the beach. That is something they will be trying to do this summer and will hopefully have this fall. There's a potential that the amount of the shortfall or even the shortfall overall could be addressed by that updated traffic and revenue model. It also may not be. I suspect that it will reduce the $93 million figure, but don't know to what extent it might do that. And so we'd like to, put out the concept that funds be made available for the corridor, with the first priority being to fill whatever gap this fall might remain on the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network, and then whatever remaining funds would be used to help address the 64 gap between Richmond and Williamsburg there, which clearly would be kind of a deal with a portion of it, but obviously not the entire 29-mile gap, which would be more than the amount of funds available here. The next concept is one we've talked about. Clearly, we have a request for general fund dollars on the next slide, please. For the Western Rail Initiative, there's also $50 million that is recommended in smart scale from high priority program dollars. That we expect the ultimate cost of this to be probably double that amount, somewhere in that range there. And so this could potentially be another use. Again, we don't know yet whether or not intercity rail is actually going to be an eligible use for these funds. That's something that we hope to find out soon there, but we are close with Norfolk Southern to reaching a deal in principle to extend the second train to Roanoke and then extend service to the New River Valley. So this is another area that potentially could use some of these funds to help complete that funding package. The next item on the next slide is the WMATA Capital Fund. For those of you who've been in the few years, you remember a major initiative that was in place in 2018 was Virginia, Maryland, and DC together to provide and address WMATA's backlog, state of good repair backlog, and provide $500 million collectively as a region. Virginia's share of that is $154.5 million. Our capital fund is a mix of kind of dedicated amounts and specific taxes. One of those taxes is a hotel tax in Northern Virginia in the WMATA jurisdictions. Due to the pandemic, obviously less people are staying in hotels than traditionally was the case. And so in FY22, we're going to be about $22.4 million short in meeting our $154.5 million obligation. And so this is, clearly any dollar we don't put in, then I believe would have a corresponding effect with Maryland and DC there. And so we want to try and make sure that we're able as a Commonwealth to maintain our commitment to this, regional commitment to provide the $500 million annually to WMATA there. And so that's another, potential use. And then finally, the last item that we wanted to discuss would be a kind of a transit equity pilot program. The concept here is kind of came out of the responses to the request for information that DRPT put out for the Transit Ridership and Incentive Program. And so, as you may recall, a portion of the Ridership Incentive Program can be used to reduce the impact of fares on low-income communities, including kind of reduced fares and fare-free pilot programs. We saw a surprising amount of interest from a lot of the transit agencies in trying to implement or advance fare-free systems or fare-free corridors. And so a potential pilot program that we think could be of utility would be creating a multi-year type of partnership with both urban and rural transit agencies to try and allow them to switch on a sustainable basis from a fare-based transit system to potentially a fare-free system over the long term, where again, states, we would provide an amount of money that would step down over time, and then ultimately would involve the local governments or regions switching to a fare-free system during the commitment period to allow that to be implemented again on a sustainable basis. And if you go to the next slide, Richmond, I think, provides a real example of what can happen in certain areas if you do have fare-free transit. And so in 2018, when Richmond implemented the Pulse and a new network design, they went fare-free for a week as kind of a promotional type of activity. And so we compare kind of ridership that week to then ridership that happened 2 weeks later. And we skipped a week because of the 4th of July holiday, just to make sure we weren't comparing a holiday week to a non-holiday week there. And what you see system-wide is ridership was up 50% in the week where fares weren't in place, compared to 2 weeks later when fares were back in place, which again was the second week that fares had been reinstituted. A lot of that was on the Pulse, but even on all the other routes, excluding the new bus rapid transit system, there was still a 39% increase in ridership in those routes that existed when fares were kind of not in place for that 1 week there. So again, these are kind of just some ideas that we wanted to get out to you guys as a board as potential uses for these dollars. If you go to the next slide, kind of moving forward, we clearly need to get final guidance from the Federal Highway Administration about how these dollars can be used. We'll need to coordinate with, the General Assembly, local governments, and other stakeholders. The Senate budget does propose some specific uses for these dollars. The House budget at the moment does not have any language or proposed uses for these. We'd clearly like to work with the board to develop recommended, allocations, and then ultimately, we need to add these to the 6-year program so that we can put the dollars to use and do it within the timeframes that the federal government has stipulated. So, Madam Secretary, that completes this information, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or address any other issue you'd like me to.
Thank you, Nick. I just wanted the board to have a sense of what the Commonwealth was getting from the COVID package passed in December, our recommendations or thoughts about using those funds to close the gaps that we have in our program, and then to introduce that transit pilot program. One of the gaps, which really is that we recognize, was how essential transit is to moving workers who need public transportation to work, essential work. And so we really would like to use a portion of these funds to better implement that program. So I say that to you based on everything we presented to the board today. I can assure you that the funds that are currently in the governor's budget, that $50 million to extend the rail over to Christiansburg, Blacksburg, is essential to completing this, as we again put all the pieces together. So there was really no action on this. It was much more informative for the board. With that, I will ask for any comments or questions.
Madam Secretary?
Ms. Hines.
Thanks. So I would just echo Nick's statements on a couple of things. It's really critical that the WMATA capital portion, that the state fill its gap so that Maryland and DC don't back off. The localities are very strapped. They're not going to be able to come up with this extra money for the next fiscal year. So really from my point of view, that's a crucial thing. And I would say that the VRE piece of this also is important in the long run. We know what we know about these corridors, how built out they are, and getting control and being able to offer more service as we're going to be able to do on the Fredericksburg line, as we talked about earlier today. To do it out to the west is critical. There's just tons of growth out there. And I put it in the same sort of bucket as this last one you talked about, which is really the new idea of the fare-free pilot. Every time we bring on a new road up here, we talk about the ability to give people an option so they don't have to get in their car. And as we're coming out of COVID, I think this fare-free thing has the potential to get people to at least try the transit alternative, and maybe convert people to seeing that this could in fact really work for them. And Nick, when and if you bring this back to us in a more fleshed out thing, one of the things I think about with transit is, ridership has positive, growth in ridership has positive I can't remember the word, implications for federal reimbursement. So there's a piece of this which is actually a positive in terms of federal dollars that we receive. And so to the extent you could show us kind of what the put and take is, it might be useful for people to understand that better. As we grow ridership, we also draw down more federal dollars.
That's a great point.
Thanks,
Anybody
Madam
else?
Secretary.
No, thank you. Anybody else?
Madam Secretary, it's Bert Dodson. One quick question. So is this a recommendation that we will make to the Assembly in relation to allocating these funds, or does it come through us, Nick?
Go ahead, Mr. Donohue.
Madam Chair, Mr. Dodson, I'm going to give you I'm going to answer your question indirectly, but I'm just going to do it that way, and hopefully maybe that will get at the heart of the matter. So the General Assembly maintains all appropriations authority. For transportation dollars, they have made a decision via law that they typically maintain in the budget to delegate the project level appropriation decisions for transportation projects to the Commonwealth Transportation Board, which is reflected in both the code and in how funds are shown up in the budget. The General Assembly does also retain the ability, though, to direct specific spending as they see fit in the budget. And so, the governor did propose in the budget to direct $50 million in general funds to the Western Rail Initiative. and I think when it's general fund dollars, typically in transportation, they are specified in their uses because we're receiving dollars that are outside of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. In 2007, the House and Senate did what was called the 2007 Transportation Initiative, and they directed money to specific projects. Again, that was general fund dollars. Currently, the House does not have any provisions related to the use of these funds. The Senate does. And so ultimately, the decision could be made by the Assembly or could be made by this board if the Assembly decides to say the board can make it. And I think that's something that we will understand in the coming months.
So what you're saying right now, the money is coming, but obviously we don't know how much, but we don't know who to determine where the money's be spent, either the Transportation Board or the General Assembly.
I will say that Mr. Dotson is going through a process right now. We wanted to make the board aware of where our gaps are and what our recommendations are. And at this point, that is probably as much as we can determine.
I thank you, Madam Secretary. I just kind of figure out where our place is.
Yes.
I have to defer to the General Assembly. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. But we did want y'all to know that how we structured the revenue reductions did create gaps for us. And I think, the gaps are important to the transportation system. So just bringing that all out. So with that, I am going, I'm sorry, go ahead.
One quick question.
Sure.
Madam Secretary, can you comment on, based upon the release of the governor, I think earlier this week, that the revenue forecast is coming in more favorable than had been originally anticipated? Do you anticipate that that will have any impact on funding during this budget or the next budget year? That we've been using?
As for transportation, all of this is going through a process right now, Mr. Merrill. So we will just be walking through the process together. And we certainly don't want to get ahead of the governor.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to adjourn the workshop. Thank you for your patience. And then I am going to open the action meeting. Can y'all hear a gavel?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Madam Secretary, in light of the continuing state of emergency declared by Governor Northam, where it is impractical or unsafe to assemble a quorum in a single location, I move that we adopt this agenda to take action to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue the operation of the Commonwealth Transportation Board.
Second.
Ms. Mathis, please call the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Tatunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlet,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yay.
Dr. Smoot,
Yay.
Mr. Stinson.
Yes.
The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you, Carol. Let me see. Do we have, let me see. Can we go back to the beginning? 1 second.
Jenny.
Madam Secretary, I'm told we have one person signed up for public comment.
Okay. Yes, I was trying to pull up my I usually have 2 computers and my CTV computer is in Richmond. So yes, we have one person?
Good afternoon. This is a public call bridge. I can confirm we do have one commenter in queue. That's a Mr. Dominic Williams.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, if you'd like to address the board, you may do so at this time, and I'll remind you to please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Williams? Hello? Michael, is anybody there?
I can confirm I do still have Mr. Williams on the line, but I know that he has been in queue for a few moments, so he may have stepped away.
If we proceed and he comes back, perhaps you could let us know.
Absolutely, I will.
Okay. With that, do I have a motion on the minutes?
Move approval.
We accept the minutes.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin, Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yes.
Dr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson.
Yes.
The roll's complete.
Thank you, Carol. Mr. Hoffrichter.
Good afternoon, Secretary Valentine, members of the board. I bring before you a request for abandonment of frontage road 773 in Fairfax County. This is a frontage road in Tyson's Corner. It is at the intersection of Route 7 and 123. The area is redeveloped. The road is no longer needed for public purposes. The county is in support. The landowners are in support, and we have had no comments against.
Madam Secretary, I move approval of this item.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll call.
Come on, Carol.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Dr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker, Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlitz,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor, and we will take these items in a block vote.
Good afternoon. I have 3 items for your approval today. The first is the amendment of 5 projects to the 6-year improvement program. They are all in Prince William County, funded with local funds to cover VDOT oversight costs. The second item is my normal monthly transfer. And the third item is the approval of the updated distribution percentages for the State of Good Repair program and the updated policy. If you recall, I presented a workshop item on that last month, and I'd be happy to take any questions. I recommend your approval of all 3 items.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Aye.
Dr. Smoot,
Aye.
Mr. Stinson.
Yes.
The roll is complete. The motions have passed.
Thank you, Carol. Ms. Keene.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the board. I have one action item for your consideration today, and that is a limited access control change on southbound Interstate 95 at the exit 126 with Route 1. This project is a Round 2 smart scale project located in Spotsylvania County in Fredericksburg District. Modification of the limited access is needed as a result of the widening of both the on-ramp and Route 1, and also the addition of turn lanes at the intersection of Route 1 and South Point Parkway. VDOT posted 3 notices of willingness for public comment, and those notices expired with no comments or other input from the public. A letter of support for this change was received from the chairman of the Board of Supervisors in Spotsylvania County. FHWA also provided approval for the proposed change in limited access in a letter dated January 20th, 2021. The total estimate for the project is $14.5 million, and I recommend approval of the limited access change by the board.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yes.
Dr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
The roll is complete. The motion is passed.
Thank you. Mr. Dudley.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Well, thank you for being here.
Thanks. Yeah, I have one item for your consideration today. It is a request from the town of Vienna to transfer surplus state revenue sharing allocations totaling $216,858 from 2 completed revenue sharing projects to a non-revenue sharing 6-year improvement program project known as the Old Courthouse Road project. This project is actually a safe routes to school project. The transfer request does adhere to our revenue sharing guidelines, and we recommend designation of the Old Courthouse Road project as a revenue sharing project and recommend approval of the transfer of the allocations.
Ms. Hines.
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yes.
Dr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk, Yes. Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
the roll's complete. The motion is passed. Madam Secretary, I understand our speaker is ready to address the board.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Is it Mr. Williams?
Is.
Okay.
Yes, this is the one.
Hello. Welcome.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going well. Thank you for being here.
Yes, I had a few inquiries on I-64 Jefferson Avenue to Williamsburg. You hear me?
I can't hear you very well.
Hello?
Can you say it one more time?
What I'm doing? One second. It's about this. It's about the 64 Interstate where y'all where the trees got taken down at. My bad. I'm doing a lot of running around. My bad. It's where the 64 where all the trees got knocked down from Williamsburg to Jefferson Avenue.
Yes.
I just had a suggestion.
Okay.
And the suggestion is it possible, because I did some calculations, it said $5 million for like a total of 60 statues. Like I'm real big in sports. Like a lot of my family members are in sports and stuff. So like I'm from Hampton. So like if you know any sports players, 9 times out of 10, like I know them. But excuse me, I'm trying to grab my breath. What I was trying to do for that empty space, because the way it looks now, like it was real scenic. Like it lets you know that you're going to the northern part of Virginia from 64. And when I drove by, it just felt like it was just empty. Like it wasn't nothing there. So I was wondering if on both sides of the meeting, if you can get like 60 sports players, authors, teachers, presidents from Virginia, and to add them to the middle median on each side, like say like Booker T. Washington, Rudy Rudd, Sam Snead, what's her name, like Kimberly, the music players, the basketball players, Michael Vick. Like say everybody from Richmond, it'll be on the side going up, and everybody from Hampton coming down, it'll be on the other side, all in the median. It was just a suggestion, because when I got back from Virginia, I've been gone for almost 4 years, and when I came back, I just noticed something was missing. I'm like, where is it? And then when I put my finger on it, I was like, oh, all these trees are gone. So I'm like, what are we going to put there? So I said I was going to call in and see if y'all could help add to the scenery, because, I mean, I'm a part of Aberdeen's recreation parks and the historic group. I'm a young member there, and we just try to like help out the community. But I want to take it as far as like getting into the development of designs that's around Hampton, Virginia, like the Hampton City area, because right now I'm going through something with Space Jam 2, and Space Jam 2 is supposed to be about Virginia sports. So what I was trying to do is at least try and bring it out more.
Okay.
The movie does get a chance to get its point. It'll just bring out more tourism. It'll attract more people. Like you'll get on the interstate and you'll just be like, wow, it looks different. It just looks there. And I just wanted to suggest that, like, if it's an email that I could send a list of names to add statues of their body figures to the median. It's about 120 people. A lot of famous people that I suggest, like Katie Couric from Virginia. Like if I can get like votes from them or stuff from them, and if it's possible, we can make that happen. That's all I wanted to.
Williams, listen, thank you so much for calling in. I could not hear everything that you had said. So I'm going to ask you, Carol, if somebody on the team could get Mr. Williams' name. I believe he lives in the Richmond District. Or somewhere along, is it Richmond District?
Hampton, 757 area.
in Hampton roads. And if somebody could just follow up with his suggestion and bring it back to us so that we will have that. We'll make sure that your comments are made part of the public record. But I really thank you for calling in.
I appreciate it. I'm out of breath. I had to run up 3 flights of stuff around. I've been waiting on y'all call all day.
Maybe that was it. But anyway, nice to meet you virtually, Mr. Williams. Thanks for calling in.
You're welcome. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye. Somebody will be back in touch with you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. Yes. Ma'am.
So, Carol, will you just make sure we get Mr. Williams' contact information? Okay.
Yes, I've sent the team a note.
So, did we voted on Mr. Dudley?
We did.
Okay. Let's see. David Caudell.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the board. Today I have one item for your consideration related to the staff recommended amendments to tolling regulations 24 VAC 30-620, which were presented during last month's workshop meeting. In addition to the resolution, there's a decision brief along with attachment A, which is the red line of the proposed amendments. Passage of the resolution will allow us to finalize the amendment process. And Madam Secretary, I would recommend approval.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate in the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tum,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hine,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasprowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yay.
Dr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson.
Yes.
The roll is complete. The motion is passed.
Thank you. Before we go to Mr. Caples, I know JoAnne Maxwell has returned. And so, Ms. Maxwell, did you find out the length of road for Mr. Dodson?
Madam Chair, Mr. Dodson, I did. It's 5.5 miles.
Thank you. With that,
Thank you.
Mr. Caples.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I have one project for your consideration today. That is order number 932. This is a Northern Virginia District schedule work project. It's a plant mix project in Northern Virginia. We had 3 bidders on that project. The low bid was within the range of the evaluative estimate. It did exceed the range or the value of the design estimate. We are recommending award to Virginia Paving Company out of Chantilly, Virginia. What I can tell you is that the overage in the design cost was isolated to one item, and it had to do with surface preparation and restoration type 2, which is just patching material. And I know that I've worked closely with the district, both the district administrator and the district maintenance engineer, and I know that they've been in touch with their board members. So I'd ask if they had anything to share.
Madam Secretary, I would go ahead and move approval of this. I will admit to not understanding the technical ins and outs of patching interstate highways at levels 2 or any other level. And my colleague, Mr. Kasprowitz, may have more information that would make him look intelligent and me far less.
That was beautiful, Ms. Hines.
Ms. Hines, was that a motion?
Yes, it was.
I want to hear from Mr.
Do I have a second?
Second, yes.
Oh, thank God it was Mr. Kasprowitz. Okay, any further discussion?
I have a question. I want Mr. Kasprowitz to explain the paving situation.
Well, I will tell you that's a work in progress, Mr. Miller.
I'm teasing you, obviously, but if you call up Aubrey Lane, he can tell you all about it, because we had a lot of discussion about that when we had those giant craters on 64 back many years ago. So I will stop my discussion. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take that as further discussion. Any other further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Dr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Malvin,
Yes.
Mr. Castrowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
The roll's complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you, Ms. Mathis. Thank you for that very appropriate and intellectual motion, Ms. Hines. I appreciated that. With that,
Anytime.
yes, Director Jennifer Mitchell. Jennifer, are you there?
Jennifer, your audio wasn't coming through.
Let me try to call her.
There she is.
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Can now.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Now we
Sorry,
can
I've
see you as
been.
well.
I've been unmuting myself. My apologies. I'm not quite sure why. I could hear you guys. I don't know why you can hear me. Okay, so okay, thank you. I am here to present to you a resolution for your consideration related to an agreement between DRPT and CSX Transportation. We are requesting that CTV provide approval to us to execute definitive agreements with CSX related to consisting of a funding agreement and ancillary agreements related to operations, construction and engineering, and real estate provisions. This follows our December 19th, 2019 agreement that we had an announcement that we had reached a binding term sheet with CSX. We have now negotiated final agreements. This includes the sale of 3 CSXT rail corridors to Virginia for the price of $525 million. This includes segment 1, which is approximately half of the RF&P corridor between Washington, D.C. and Dinwiddie, Virginia. Segment 2 is an abandoned rail corridor known as the S-Line between Dinwiddie, Virginia and Ridgeway, North Carolina. Segment 3 is a rail corridor known as the Buckingham Branch between Doswell, Virginia and Clifton Forge. Under this agreement, CSXT will continue freight operations in segments 1 and 3. CSX and DRPT will collaborate to accomplish a series of rail construction projects on segment 1 that will expand rail capacity, increase passenger rail service, and separate passenger and freight rail to the maximum extent possible. Buckingham Branch Railroad will continue as the private rail operator of segment 3, with certain rights retained by CSXT to operate limited freight traffic over the segment. Virginia will have the right to provide for the operation of future passenger rail services on segments 2 and 3. The ownership and responsibility for maintaining the track right-of-way and infrastructure following this purchase will fall under the purview of the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. This agreement also allows for the future assignment of this agreement from DRPT to the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. So we hereby recommend that the Commonwealth Transportation Board authorize the director of DRPT to execute a comprehensive rail agreement between DRPT and CSX Transportation, including ancillary agreements required to implement the comprehensive rail agreement. And as is consistent with the final major business terms provided to by DRPT to the CTB on February 17th, 2021.
So
moved.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Great work. Yes.
Here,
Mr.
here.
Rucker,
Future oriented. Yay.
Dr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk.
Yes.
The roll is complete. The motion is passed.
Director Mitchell.
Okay, I have a second action item related to an Amtrak funding and partnership agreement. We have negotiated a funding and partnership agreement under which Amtrak will provide $944 million to the Transforming Rail in Virginia initiative. This will go towards the $3.2 billion program of rail infrastructure improvements on segment 1. It will provide Amtrak with dispatching rights over certain segments of dispatching of segment 1 upon completion of the defined infrastructure projects. Once these improvements will enable maximum feasible separation of passenger from freight operations. Under the agreement, it will provide Amtrak with the right to operate 6 additional state-supported intercity passenger rail round trips enabled by the additional rail capacity, with the option for a seventh to Roanoke upon successful negotiations with Norfolk Southern. This will also secure for Amtrak certain partnership rights in the construction of infrastructure in segment 1, and the agreement allows for the future assignment from DRPT to the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. So DRPT does recommend that the Commonwealth Transportation Board authorize the director of DRPT to execute a funding and partnership agreement between DRPT and Amtrak, including any ancillary agreements, consistent with the final major business terms presented to the CTB on February 17th, 2021.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor or opposition, please indicate with the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Tunk,
Yes.
Mr. Dodson,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kasperlitz,
Yes.
Mr. Malbin,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker,
Yes.
Dr. Smoot,
Yes.
Mr. Stinson.
Yes.
The roll is complete. The motion's passed.
Thank you, Ms. Mathis, and members of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. I will say to you, I cannot wait to inform you when those agreements have been executed. So I thank you all, and just thank you for this day. Happy birthday to my daughter. Is there anything else that anybody would like to raise at this time?
Madam Secretary, can you just confirm the March meeting?
Ms. Mathis, can you confirm the March meeting?
Our March meeting is currently scheduled for March 16th.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if we can have a sideline, we'll all have a conversation afterwards. We might have to shift that a little bit between the 16th or the 17th at this point. We've got a number of things in motion that may be delayed by a day. So.
Well, we will be in touch and we will confirm that as soon as possible. Thank you for saying that. I will just say we do have weather coming. Please be safe. And again, Commissioner, thank you to you. Thank you, Director Mitchell, Nick, John, everybody be safe.
Thank you.
Adjourned.
Take care, everyone.
All right.
Bye.